106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Good evening, Chicago. Welcome to another Friday night edition of Chicago Corner. It appears, despite setting things up ahead of time for Rumble, we have a different server URL and stream key that we are supposed to program there. So I am going to take a moment to go into technical difficulties and see if we can reach our viewers on Rumble that I believe we had set up. My apologies. It's always something here at Chicago Corner. So please, please, please stand by. We should be on Rumble now. Apparently, you have to program a unique live stream. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Chicago Corner fans, thank you for joining us on Rumble. And thank you for joining us on Rockfin. And thank you also for joining us here on YouTube. Although next week we will not be here, nor will we be on Twitter. We're done with both. And we're going to get into a lot of that tonight, along with my co-host, Mr. Ed Heller. Hey, Ed.
Hello, everybody. I should also mention we are now streaming live on ChicagoCornerTV.com as well, as we have embedded our Rumble stream in there, hoping that you will all follow us over there. So if you're watching us on another platform, please head over to rumble.com and search for Chicago Corner. I think that the username is Chicago Corner TV, but if you search for Chicago Corner, you will find us and follow us over there. They have a pretty good interface. It's very similar to the setup over on YouTube, and it has a live chat and a tipping function as well.
No more tips on YouTube tonight, or no, it's not going to matter next week. But this is the perfect time for us to transition to Rumble and Rockfin and try to wean our viewers off of YouTube, because we haven't earned any monetization. We've got zero in our YouTube AdSense account. So next week we will be promoting our Rumble and Rockfin shows through our media links here on YouTube, directing you all to come over to Rumble and Rockfin. We're going to do the same thing on Twitter. You know what, Ed? I did disconnect and reconnect Twitter tonight, as you advised. Doesn't make a difference. For whatever reason, we're not streaming on Twitter. And we can't stream to my personal Twitter, Nightstar Pro, for reasons we'll get into related to tonight's first topic as well. Is it all connected? Okay. But I don't know about you guys, but when I saw what happened this week with Russell Brand, my blood boiled. And I'll tell you why. I have no doubt that Russell Brand engaged in atrocious, promiscuous behavior decades ago. And now that's the key word. Decades ago. Decades ago. They didn't think to investigate that stuff back then, but now it seems to be all relevant to them now that Russell Brand has emerged on social media and on his own video platforms, in my mind, to really be a direct threat to the establishment. Not so much the United States, it seems more so the UK, because the UK has just gone on steroids to petition every social media platform or video streaming platform that Russell Brand is on to demonetize him. No formal charges have been filed. He hasn't been arrested. Nothing's been proven. Yet, powers in the United Kingdom are putting pressure on, they have put pressure on YouTube, and YouTube folded like a cheap suit, because that's all YouTube is, okay? They are a new mouthpiece of the establishment. YouTube used to be us, the broadcasters, until suddenly mainstream media realized we were a threat to the mainstream ecosystem, and they started jumping on YouTube. CNN, Fox, and all the advertisers started tone policing the rest of us who helped build this I wasn't here at that time, okay? But a lot of other indie broadcasters helped build this platform that were suddenly demonetized once advertisers started having their say, okay? Now you've got Parliament and really, really sinister, I'm going to call it sinister forces in the UK that are putting, now Rumble did not succumb to these requests that they demonetize Russell Brand's video platform. Now, let me state this again. He could be guilty. I'm not condoning his behavior, but that this is coming up now, decades later, when he's suddenly become very, very prominent in the ecosystem, probably as influential as somebody like Joe Rogan or Jimmy Dore. He's a threat to the establishment. He went on Bill Maher's real-time show, wiped the CNN guest's ass. I'm sorry, it was MSNBC guest's ass in relation to an appearance that Brand did on Morning Blowjob, which was like one of the most embarrassing interviews ever conducted with him, where he was saying, like, this is how you guys conduct an interview. You're not talking about Julian Assange. You're not talking about Chelsea Manning. You're not talking about important things, the real journalists and the real important newsbreakers in the world. He also had, I guess, recently had a conversation with Tucker Carlson. I'm not a big fan of Tucker Carlson by any means. And more often than less, I completely disagree with a lot of what Tucker Carlson does, because I do think that Tucker Carlson has an agenda as a snotty, snarky, right-wing extremist who, you know, under the veil of he's allowed to free speech, is able to, you know, throw red meat out to his audience, while people like Jimmy Dore, who are also trying to get their messages out, are leaning on the fact that whether you like him or not, he has a right to free speech. Whether you like someone or not, unless they are promoting hate, inciting violence, or engaged in gross slander and libel against you, those are, in my opinion, the three reasons you might be under any kind of investigation to maybe see if you've violated terms of service on a platform. Okay, if you're smearing, libeling, slandering people, inciting hatred, deciding to go apeshit, and really nasty and racist, prejudiced, or bigoted on any marginalized group of people, or inciting violence, yeah, there's a reason for you to be pulled off. Russell Brand is doing none of this stuff, nor has he been charged with a crime, nor has he been arrested or This is an open investigation. So what right does anybody have to come on this platform or go to YouTube or Rumble's management and say, we strongly suggest you demonetize Russell Brand's platform? You know what? Russell Brand's not the only guy making money off of his video show. He's got a staff. He's got a crew. And while many people might say, well, you know, he can pay them himself, he's a millionaire, that's not the point. You're enabling your social media overlord oppressors by allowing, you give a little bit, then they take more. First, they're going to come after this person, then they're going to come after this person until they come after you. Now, I experienced something very minor on Twitter yesterday that I'm going to bring into the conversation later. But, and I appreciate your patience as I'm spouting off on all this. I told Ed I'm on a really short fuse tonight because of everything that's been going on. So I have a lot to say about this, and I have a lot in regards to how our stories are going to progress through the evening. But before we go into our first video, I want to give Ed the floor to share his thoughts on this, because this is the reason I'm like, fuck YouTube. And you know what? I have no fucks left to give tonight. And you know what? If my potty mouth and my profanity offends you, go to another show. Because I'm tired of being tone policed on Twitter, amongst the community or amongst other people. People who know me know my passion comes from my heart. And if I've got to use profanity or I let loose, it's because my head's going to explode otherwise, because this stuff should not happen in a civilized, free society. Social media means all of us, not those who run the platforms who can decide who can say something, who can decide to try to cancel someone with a false report to suspend your account for something that doesn't violate terms of service. What you do off your platform that has nothing to do with what you say on your programs or your shows as well. We can't stream to my Nightstar Pro Twitter tonight because somebody decided to report a Twitter response I made to them on my own profile, claim it was hatred or violent or insightful, and Twitter locked my account for 11 hours. And the person who reported my tweet to Twitter is on their profile gloating about it, that they got me knocked off Twitter. And my inquiries to Twitter, you know, they go to an algorithm. It's not a real person there. You know, well, we looked at this and it you know, this violates this. And I decided, well, you know what, let me test this. I don't like reporting other people because I'm some kind of a snowflake and I need some kind of protection. But somebody decided to make a very veiled, nasty comment that, as far as I'm concerned, denotes humiliating a disabled person. You all know I've got one leg, so this person decided to say, oh, come on, Jerry, you know your argument doesn't have a leg to stand on. Now, okay.
Oh, I missed that. I missed that part of the conversation.
Someone else said
now I know why you have a short fuse tonight.
You know what I said to them? I said, ha, 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 amputee jokes. Is that all you've got? And I forgot what else I said, but we'll look at it, okay? But I reported that comment to Twitter just to see, are your policies going to be equitably enforced? It's clear this guy decided to go to Google, search me, because I'm not a coward, I use my real name on Twitter, see that I'm an amputee, and decide to come into the chat and throw that into it. I let it go, but when I decided to report it to Twitter to see what kind of response I would get, that doesn't violate their guidelines. And I said, I'm an amputee, I'm disabled. So you're saying this guy who's literally mocking that, that's okay. But my comment to someone else earlier where I asked him if he gargled Adam Aaron's balls, that's what got me knocked off Twitter today. A response to someone else in a conversation that I started about the share count for AMC. Retail shareholders wanted to do a share count to prove that there's been financial manipulation. Very, very, hey, everybody, I registered my share count. You should too. This guy jumped in, used the clown emoji, pointed at me. And, you know, you're going to come on my profile and do that. I'm going to respond in kind. And I said, you know, whatever this guy's name was, I said, what do Adam Aaron's balls taste like when you gargle them? Okay. Yeah, it's trash talk. It's trash talk. Is it hateful? Does it incite violence? Does it marginalize or degrade a group of people? Does it violate Twitter's policies to the letter? No, Ed, it doesn't. Because you can go anywhere else and find the same kind of trash talk. But what this person did was, and they're gloating about it afterwards, decided they're going to report me. And now that I can't respond to anyone on Twitter, Ed, Do you know how many people are on that thread making more slanderous and defamatory comments towards me? I never held any shares. I sold my shares, this, that, and the other. And I can't respond to that with, I don't know, the affidavit that I signed to show how many shares I had. But let's get off my Twitter thing. We'll share that later.
All right.
Let's get into Russell Brand. Ed, your comments.
Well, first, I'd just like to say that as a veteran of the late 1990s AOL Chicago chat flame wars, I'd like to say I'm over it. People throwing personal attacks at each other on social media, I don't care anymore.
To be expected.
It rolls off my back. I don't have time or energy for it. So when I see someone jumping in to do that kind of stuff, my response is, do I need to respond to this jerkbag? And if the answer typically is usually no, then it's a mute and or a block, and I'm done, and I'm not thinking about it anymore, because I don't want to waste any more time on that when I have legitimate concerns that I like to express on social media from time to time. And as far as anonymity on social media, I created a parody account on Twitter like 11 years ago or so called Bacon for Prez. And I did that because I did want to speak my mind without people giving me personal attacks on my friends and family. And I wanted to make sure that people were aware of things. And also I wanted to have an outlet for sarcasm, parody, and humor. Okay, and bacon. But so I understand why people choose to have anonymous accounts. But a lot of times these days they create an account that's days old, just so that they can jump in and basically fling like an orangutan flinging crap at somebody, so that they can do that just to get a rise out of people. So I try not to let that bother me anymore. And I suggest that other people do the same, but you're all going to react the way you want to react about things. And you're completely entitled to your free speech. So are they.
But keep in mind, Ed, my ball gargling comment was not because he bothered me with the little clown emoji. I was slapping him back in sarcasm, trying to be funny. Okay. Yeah. I was not hurt by his comment, but I figured if you're going to come on my profile and identify me as a clown, I have every right to say, wow, you're here to dispute what I've posted as like a very legitimate call to action. Let's all register our shares to see if we've been robbed or not. You come here to label me a clown. That means that you agree with this financial robbery of retail investors, which means that you're on the side of the CEO, who we suspect has been involved in a lot of those shenanigans. So what does it taste like when you gargle his balls? That was the joke. And that got me knocked off while everyone else is not pilot. Okay. So, look, that's my sense of humor, Ed. And it wasn't because
I know it is. And it's I have,
but then when you say let it roll off, then it's being
let me explain. See, a lot of people get a little offended when I suggest that there are tactful ways in order to communicate without getting thrown off of different platforms that have these algorithms that are outgunning for you. Okay, it's been years that I've watched some of my friends, online friends, and friends in real life get either kicked off of platforms or thrown in the timeout or penalty box for X number of days or whatever, just because they said the wrong thing to the wrong person. And I don't think it's right that people should be getting penalized like that. I am for free speech. I understand, though, that at a certain point when you're on a social media platform and you have to deal with advertisers and all that other stuff, you create terms of service because you want people to more or less have a good, useful time on your platform. And when people come into your conversation and all they do is fling shit at each other, it's not necessarily fun.
The algo didn't gun for me, though. That other person reported me, and they were gloating about it, which shows this had nothing to do with the algorithm. It had to do with their abuse of the reporting function.
Sure.
To tell the algorithm I did something wrong, and you don't have live eyes on it for context. Okay. So that's
the other reason.
That's the problem. Okay. Well,
that's the other reason I tell people to try to have a little tact with this kind of stuff, because
Trash
people
talking
will
is
report you.
trash talking. Sharing a trash talk comment, I've always sensed is safe because I'm not violating terms of service. There was nothing violating terms of service. So I felt safe trash talking because I've had trash talk thrown at me far worse. Case in point, hey, Jerry, you don't really have a leg to stand on with your argument. That's hateful. That's clearly below the belt, and that's somebody who's mocking my disability. Okay. Yep. Me asking, are you gargling the CEO's balls? Because obviously what you're doing here is you're telling people they shouldn't register their shares to try to see, since the SEC is asleep at the wheel and the Department of Justice is asleep at the wheel, and we're trying to figure out if we can prove a crime's been committed because you're a fucking shill who doesn't know anything about financial markets. Okay. Enough about my Twitter thing. Let me let you finish, and let's get back to Russell Brand.
And just really quick, and I'm throwing a bunch of humor out right here, just so you don't get twisted about this. Okay. First of all, I've responded earlier today to Jerry saying, ball talk is a sensitive subject. And, so.
I thought you were serious. That's why I responded the way I did.
You don't want to get grazed. You don't want to get anywhere near those. Okay. It's just, and then also just to say that, well, people who like to have their balls gargled are going to be offended by that, Jerry, and they're going to report you,
I guess,
because they think that you're, all right.
Let's get back to Russell Brand. Because you know what, this does have, honestly, my personal experience, and I was going to keep it for after Russell Brand, but we got into it, does have a relation to the chilling effect of media algorithms and other people weaponizing the report function, or these big media behemoths, social media behemoths, using their terms of service to deplatform and shut somebody up they don't like, that is apparently some kind of a threat to the establishment, as I think Russell Brand has now emerged as. So
there's no apparently there.
Because decades later, they're trotting out these charges, and they're saying, well, what he did off platform is against our terms of service. Really? Is it? If anybody's wondering why I've got, what's her, Nicki Minaj, is it Nicki Minaj in the thumbnail? I can't even keep track. Yeah. If anybody's wondering why Nicki Minaj is in our show thumbnail, it's not for eye candy to bait you. There's a reason after we talk about
it's also.
Brand. Well, but let's get to Russell. Let's get to the link of Russell Brand coming on today and talking to his audience about what's going on. I think it's the first video link in our show notes.
Oh, you want me to bring you?
Can you? I'm worried I'm going to have, my computer.
No problem. I got it.
And everybody that's on Rumble, thank you so much for joining us there.
Yes.
Please share the links from here on, from Tuesday forward. If you go to YouTube, you're going to say, hey, catch our show on Rumble or Rockfin, and we're going to have a link to redirect you, because I'm done with YouTube running ads, barely giving us pennies. And Twitter, we don't even get anything from Twitter with this censorship nonsense, that they don't even have live operators or anybody there that can answer my questions. Hey, you suspended me for this. What about this? Obviously, there's no equal enforcement in what your policies are, or live eyes looking at context to understand what that asshole said to me, as much as I don't care about it. If there's reason to lock someone's account for 11 hours, it was that guy who did it, not me for my ball gargling comments. Anyway.
I would suggest, though, that once we leave our YouTube account open, just turn off the demonetization, and then put up our completed shows there so people can still find them. Then basically, we're relegating YouTube to Odyssey status. Okay. It's going to be an archive now, YouTube. Yeah. That's what you made us do. Yep. We're turning you into a video archive because you suck.
And because ultimately, as we wean our viewers to Rumble and Rockfin, any monetization we'll get will come from Rumble or Rockfin. When we archive a show on YouTube, people will have already seen our show. So YouTube won't even get pennies from the archived videos that we put there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, but people might find us there and then find out, oh, they moved over to Rumble. Okay, I'll go follow them there.
Here's the other thing, Ed. And you know what? I'm just going to say it. You know what? And I've said it to you before, and I don't think you're going to be offended by my saying it. We're small time. This is not going to be a blip on the radar to YouTube, but you know what? To me, it's a matter of principle. You know how I spent my day today before we go into Russell Brand? I spent half my day at the City of Chicago hearings department to go in after I asked twice by mail to contest by mail a ticket I shouldn't have gotten. I got a ticket for parking at a meter with my handicap sign. I requested a hearing, never got a hearing date. Then they said I was liable. I could request a hearing. I requested another hearing, no hearing date. Went there in person today, wasted half my afternoon, and I told the hearings officer once she dismissed the ticket that this is a matter of principle, because why am I wasting my time there today? She said, well, okay, let's look at the first picture. There's the parking meter near your car. Here's the second picture, your license plate. Here's the third picture, which was my windshield with the disabled placard, two on my dashboard. And she stopped and she said, yeah, I'm going to dismiss this. And I said, yeah, I guess so. Why am I here? I said, clearly your revenue collectors, your parking ticket issuers don't know that I don't have to pay the meter if I've got a yellow sign. And you know what? I appreciate you recognizing that and dismissing it. But hey, I requested a hearing twice. And instead of giving me the hearing, they said I'm liable on the ticket, to which, and she said, oh, it's lucky you're here today because this was the last day that you could contest this in person. And I said, really? I said, I got the notice that I could come in and requested a dismissal yesterday. Yesterday, I got that notice. And I didn't even realize today was the deadline, Ed. I just went in because I was so fired up about it. But I said to her, that's our Northtown post office. They don't deliver anything in my neighborhood on time. So either your office sent the notices for those hearings, to which I would have come in and shown that you've got clowns working for you before, or it's the post office because they're not delivering mail. And she said, yeah, you should have gotten this notice about this deadline today, like a week. This was sent 2 weeks ago. I'm like, yeah, well, I got it yesterday and I'm here. So thank you for dismissing it. And thank you for, I said, either these parking ticket issuers are not trained properly, or they just ignore the handicap sign, figuring I'm either going to roll over on it and pay the $100 because they don't expect someone like me who's motivated and has a lot of time on my hands is going to get outraged and be in here saying, you know what? It's a matter of principle. If we have to follow the letter of the law, so does the city, so do your people issuing tickets improperly. I shouldn't have to waste my time. Oh, one other thing. There was another ticket I contested by mail, and I haven't gotten a hearing on it, and I contested it back in April. And I asked them about that because there were no signs at this no turn on red, and I cited the ordinance, and I cited the ordinance for no make, and they said, oh, apparently they're still doing the research on this one to respond to you and give you a hearing. And I'm like, yeah, of course they are, because they're going to try to figure out a way to game it whereby they figure there's something in the ordinance they can twist to squeeze the $100 out of me. Because it shouldn't take April, May, June, July, August, September, 6 months to respond to a legitimate, hey, there were no signs approaching this intersection, dismiss it. So to me, everybody, when it comes to social media, parking tickets, civil rights, it's a matter of principle. Let's get to Russell Brand.
Yeah, let's get to Russell Brand. Oh, and I'm not seeing the Rumble chat showing up in our StreamYard, but I want to say hello to all the people who are in there. Extra Bulla, Uncle Warren, thank you for watching us on our Rumble platform. And Kathy Powers, thanks for going. Apparently, if you hit the subscribe button, it's $5 a month. But if you just follow us, that's worth it right there.
That's fine right now. Just start filling us up.
Yeah. And there is a tip function. There's a little $ in the chat thing that lets you, you can hook up a credit card or a debit card and tip us one at a time is cool. You don't have to hit us with a monthly subscription over on Rumble. But if you want to do that instead of the Patreon, that's cool too. So thank you.
The man of the hour, Mr. Brand, who I really like. And I do not condone, and I'm actually quite disgusted regarding his past proclivities and his past what did he refer to it as? His promiscuity. Okay. But in the decade since this happened, apparently the guy's acknowledged it, atoned for it in some ways, admitting it, and reformed himself in some ways. Is he fully reformed? I don't know. But you know what? To me, that doesn't affect what he's sharing on his social media, on his video platforms, and in his appearances. So let's hear what Russell has to say.
Hello there, you Awakening Wonders. Obviously, it's been an extraordinary and distressing week, and I thank you very much for your support and for questioning the information that you've been presented with. By now, you're probably aware that the British government have asked big tech platforms to censor our online content, and that some online platforms have complied with that request. What you may not know is that this happens in the context of the Online Safety Bill, which is a piece of UK legislation that grants sweeping surveillance and censorship powers, and it's a law that has already been passed. I also don't imagine you've heard of the Trusted News Initiative. Now, as is often the case when a word like trusted is used as part of an acronym to describe an unelected body, trust is the last thing you should be offering. The Trusted News Initiative is a collaboration between big tech and legacy media organizations to target, control, choke, and shut down independent media organizations like this one. We'll be talking about that on our show on Monday on Rumble. But just to give you an idea of what the TNI is, this is a quote from one of their spokespeople. Because the actual real rivalry now is not between the BBC and CNN globally, it's actually between all trusted news providers and digital platforms. It's clear that these organizations collaborate in constructing narratives, whether that's around the war or the pandemic. And of course, there are other examples. And it's very clear to me that we have to be very, very cautious indeed. That's why I'm asking you to follow me on Rumble. Rumble have made a clear commitment to free speech, and Rumble is the primary platform that we will be streaming from. We'll be back this Monday, and as usual, we'll be talking about deep state and corporate collusion and how ordinary democracy is anathema now, how it's shut down, ignored, and avoided. We'll be talking about a military-industrial complex that is able to facilitate and start wars that seem sometimes to be little more than money laundering operations. And that's with all respect to the hundreds of thousands of victims of the numerous ongoing wars in the world at the moment. We'll be talking about the role of Big Pharma and how Big Pharma have been able to influence government policy around the world and how they've been able to evade due liability and necessary scrutiny, how they've been able to avoid media investigation that perhaps ought be due them. And of course, we'll be talking about media corruption and censorship. So please follow me on Rumble, because that's the only way that we can keep our voice. You can go to rb.rumble.com to support me directly and keep me and our channel independent. And I need your support now more than ever, and more than I ever imagined I would. So follow me, support our channel if you can, if it's within your means. But more important than any of that is that you please, if you can, stay free.
Okay, correction on an earlier comment I made. It's not Nicki Minaj that's in our show thumbnail. It's Cardi B. I can't.
Oh,
keep,
it is.
I can't keep them. I can't keep them straight. I think it's Cardi B. That was who I looked for. I think that's okay. I think it's Cardi B. So great. Okay, that's Russell Brand's side of it. Now let me share with you what AP reported before. Ed, if you can prepare the link with the YouTube representative to share with us after I read this.
The AP story.
No, I'm going to read the AP story. I'm going to ask you to bring up.
Oh, you want the CBS one?
Right. Get that prepped.
Okay.
Now, AP reports YouTube said Tuesday that Russell Brand will no longer make money from the video streaming site after several women who made allegations of sexual assault against the comedian turned influencer. The BBC removed some of Brand's material from its streaming archive, joining a growing list of organizations distancing themselves from the performer, who denies sexual assault and has not been charged with any criminal offenses. Let that sink in. All right, he denies it. We can debate that and wait for the official investigation to finish. But he's not been charged with any criminal offenses while the BBC removed his content and while YouTube said they've demonetized it. YouTube said monetization of Brand's account, which has 6.6 million subscribers, has been suspended following serious allegations against the creator. Quote, the decision applies to all channels that may be owned or operated by Russell Brand, the Google-owned video service said. Let's share the CBS video now where the spokesman from YouTube explains their position.
Monday on CBS Mornings, our exclusive interview with the CEO of YouTube. He talked about a number of things, including his decision to block Russell Brand from collecting ad money from his YouTube videos. The move was made after 4 women accused Brand of sexual assault allegations he denies. We asked Brand to respond to YouTube's decision in the latest allegations, but we have not heard back. Here's part of Tony's conversation with YouTube CEO Neil Mohan.
We have a creator responsibility guidelines policy where if creators have off-platform behavior or there's off-platform news that could be damaging to the broader creator ecosystem, you can be suspended from our monetization program. It's impacted a number of creators and personalities on the platform.
Keep that in mind.
And that's what played out in this particular case around the serious allegation.
It's an accusation. It's not a police charge. It's not a legal decision. How do you decide when to step in before the whole due process has happened?
We endeavor to apply those rules equally across our entire creator ecosystem.
Equally,
not playing
across
favorites,
YouTube, equally.
having them apply to the content, the behavior, as opposed to who the person is.
Okay,
Really?
so let's bring
Monday
up
on
the
CBS
Cardi B
Mornings,
video.
Exclusive.
Ed, let's bring up the Cardi B video next. He just said they're enforcing guidelines for off-platform behavior, and they enforce those guidelines equally amongst all content creators. Now, Russell Brand denies the allegations. He hasn't been charged. Let's look at this report on Cardi B.
Which one is that?
It's in the show notes. It says Cardi B admits to drugging and robbing men.
Further down. Okay, I'm sorry. I was looking.
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead.
I was looking at the Twitter stuff above that. Okay, hold on.
Because it is a better thing to keep now that it's in everybody's minds, right? Off-platform behavior, check. Off-platform behavior that violates our guidelines for content creators, check. We enforce all of that equitably and equally, check. Okay. Cardi B confessed. Well, I'll let her tell the story.
Cardi B is responding to a whole lot of backlash she is getting for an admission that she made on an Instagram Live video 3 years ago. Now, someone brought it back up.
Pause it, please.
The internet likes to do that. So
she confessed all this stuff 3 years ago, and she still has a channel on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. But is she challenging the establishment? Is she talking about the pharmaceutical cartels? Is she talking about war, famine? Is she talking about how our mainstream media basically acts as a propaganda mouthpiece for the oligarchy running the world? Of course not.
No, the last time I heard her speak up about anything along those lines was when Bernie Sanders was running for president. I think she supported him.
Okay. Well, whether she supported him or not, this is in direct contradiction to what the spokesperson from YouTube just said was the reason they're demonetizing Russell Brand. Because let's run the rest of the video.
Sort of thing. And Cardi was talking about her days when she was working as a stripper, and she admitted that she would take guys back to hotel rooms, drug them, and rob them. Here's what she said.
I had to go straight. I had to go, oh yeah, you want to, yeah, let's go to this hotel. And I drug them up and I robbed them. That's what I used to do.
Okay, yeah, so people were shocked by this. The hashtag Surviving Cardi started trending yesterday, a reference to Surviving R. Kelly. Well, Cardi has written a response on Instagram saying, I'm part of a hip-hop culture where you can talk about where you come from. Talk about the wrong things you had to do to get where you are. I made the choices that I did at the time because I had very limited options. I was blessed to have been able to rise from that, but so many women have not. Whether or not they were poor choices at the time, I did what I had to do to survive. I have a past that I can't change. We all do.
Pause it.
Like, I mean, I wouldn't say...
I am not demanding that Cardi B be taken off of YouTube. What she just said there encapsulates everything related to this. We all have things in our past we're not proud of. Those things are completely irrelevant and unrelated to where we are now, how we've grown as people, how many of us might, hopefully will regret mistakes we've made in the past and how we've changed, as I think is the case with Russell Brand, as I would imagine is the case with Cardi B, as she mentioned there. She's a different person. I'm not demanding that YouTube deplatform Cardi B. What I'm pointing at is the absolute utter rank hypocrisy of this asshole going on CBS News, acting like it's about what Russell Brand has been accused of doing, not charged of doing decades ago, so they can keep him from making money because he's on the platform talking about all these things that impact all of us. And on Twitter, that's actually the next link. Anya Parampil of the Gray Zone stated it quite eloquently. If you're able to bring up her video tweet, Ed, that would be the best thing to go into next.
The one from Hotspot. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
The first one that has 16 on the end. And then we can go to the other one.
Yeah, so the Hotspot tweet says this was coordinated by British media outlets that are basically just fronts for oligarchs in the intelligence community. And here's the video. This is Nico House talking to Anya Parampil.
The fact that there's a letter from the UK government sent to these tech companies should tell us everything we need to know about the assault on Russell Brand, because to me, it was so clearly orchestrated by powerful interests and people that wanted to shut him up. And it was coordinated by these British media outlets that are basically just fronts for oligarchs and the intelligence community, as they like to refer to themselves. So I have no doubt that these allegations against Russell Brand would have never made it to publication if he never opened his mouth and started talking about corporate government takeover or the global agenda to restrict our freedoms and access to our like central bank digital currency. He's done great work on that, for example, and just critiquing the media on so many issues that people like you and I have been speaking about for years. When he came to the US and went on that tour de force, taking on Bill Maher and so many other tools of the corporate establishment.
And they are tools.
I think people really wanted to figure out how to shut him up.
Ed, get the second video queued up, and I'm going to read directly from the article on the Gray Zone.
Okay.
The Gray Zone can now reveal that YouTube's financial censorship of Brand is the result of an effort waged by a former British government minister who was responsible for London's crackdown on dissent during the COVID-19 pandemic. Her husband has also participated in that campaign of state repression as deputy commander of the 77th Brigade, the British Army's Psychological Warfare Division. YouTube justified its demonetization of Brand on the grounds that he violated its creator responsibility policy. Didn't Cardi B? This marks the first time a content creator has been financially punished by the company for reasons other than the videos published on the site. A spokesperson has claimed if a creator's off-platform behavior harms our users, employees, or ecosystem, we take action. No, you don't. No, you don't. This was a Big Brother crackdown. Now here's the kicker. The allegations against Brand date from between 2006 and 2013.
Really?
Over 10 years ago. Over 10 years ago. And have yet to be proven in court. There's no indication the charges are being investigated by law enforcement in Britain or the US. Where the offense allegedly occurred, Brand has vehemently denied accusations of abuse and rape. Now, to that, I think from what I've read about this, I think Brand in his own mind thinks because he apologized to these women who engaged in a consensual encounter with him, I think he thinks because he apologized and realized afterwards he really fucked up. That's why he's vehemently denying the accusations. And I think that there's a lot of gray area here in what he thinks, although none of these women, I think, have brought charges, formal charges. So, you know, there's no black and white here. But does this really constitute pulling him off YouTube or any other platform? No. Brand's videos analyzing political developments and topics such as the COVID-19 pandemic, corporate media propaganda, and the Ukraine proxy war have earned him an audience of millions, making him one of the world's most influential alternative media personalities. He's reached Joe Rogan status. For this, he appears to have been marked as a threat to the narrative spun out by Washington and London. All right, let's run the second Twitter video, Hotspot.
So the blowback for the allegations against Russell Brand have officially hit dystopian level. British Parliament, yes, that's the British government for all you Americans out there, sent a letter to TikTok and Rumble to ensure that Brand was not able to monetize his content there. What's wild is that the government in the letter admits that Brand actually didn't violate any community guidelines, and there is no legitimate reason to demonetize him. They just don't want him to be able to make money. So I have a question. Did Russell Brand in some way endanger Great Britain's national security? Are TikTok and Rumble government entities from the UK by which Russell Brand is currently employed? Is Russell Brand using either of those platforms to promote or conduct illegal activity? And the answer to all of those questions, obviously, is no. So that, of course, leaves the most important question. Why the hell is the UK government involving itself with allegations in business affairs that have zero to do with the UK government? Because maybe they just told on themselves, and they're showing you that this entire situation was orchestrated on behalf of the government. And remember, in those letters, they went on to list every other way that Russell Brand has been demonetized. So they've made it clear it was never about getting accountability for the victim. What this was always about was taking out the man who used his massive influence and made it his business to expose corruption at the highest levels, like the corruption that takes place in the UK government and the US government and YouTube and all the media companies that made it their mission to take this man down.
Ed, the UK government is literally exploiting these alleged victims, because if they gave a shit about these alleged victims, they would have investigated this, charged him decades ago. They didn't. They don't care about these victims, these alleged victims. They don't care about them. But they're exploiting they're exploiting their circumstances. And look, if he's guilty and if charges are filed and he has to atone for them, I'm all for it. This is not about the allegations. This is about how they're exploiting a situation to shut somebody up, to send a message to anybody else. Remember what they did to Joe Rogan with the ivermectin? The horse paste? Oh, he's ingesting horse paste. Oh, you know what? All you stupid people asking your doctors for ivermectin, Nobel Prize winning medication, had veterinary applications and human applications. For them to claim that ivermectin was a horse paste medication would be like claiming that milk is something that is only supposed to be fed to cats. Okay, there are veterinary and human being applications to all kinds of medications. Okay, they tried to do the same shit to Joe Rogan, and he magnificently managed to get in front of it, and people realize what that was all about now. They're doing the same thing to Russell Brand.
Yeah, well, and really quick, I mean, the reason why they smeared ivermectin and every other type of medicine during the lockdown is because they couldn't authorize an emergency authorized use of a new drug or a new treatment if there was already an existing treatment that might have actually been somewhat effective in preventing certain things. Now, and there were studies done that were showing that it was effective, regardless of what people, regardless of what, regardless of what mainstream media wanted you to think, and what they still keep pumping into people's brains right now. I can't believe they're still wanting people to get boosted after this, what was it, 8 rats tested for the first one, and what was it, 10 rats for this one? Don't take my word for it. Look it up. I'm not making this stuff up.
Ivermectin the patents had run out on ivermectin, Ed. It was an affordable drug that could be used in treatments, but the pharmaceutical companies were rushing what they wanted to rush so that they could monetize this and make billions off the governments of the world for this new treatment that did not actually even, as we discovered, it didn't cure you from it. Basically, it was something that made it harder for you to spread
studies. This isn't us just saying it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to share stuff here that I haven't read in legitimate media since all of this has been going on. So I'm trying to. I sent you a link in the private chat. I'd like you to bring up as we transition into. I'm trying to get an image up as well. So
We're doing that next. Okay.
Well, yeah, to have some context with what I'm talking about, which is why I'm ready. I'm tossing Twitter into the garbage can also. Let's pop that up.
Yeah.
So people have a point of reference.
And to be fair, Elon's been trashing Twitter all on his own.
Has he?
Since he took it over, he fired a bunch of people, mostly technicians So they basically broke the platform and then fixed some things, and then other things are breaking. And so I'm not shocked at all that we're not able to stream over there right now.
Well, clearly he has not hired live agents to put live eyes to get context on things that are reported to them, because this is what I was referring to earlier. How fucking innocuous and innocent is this? Okay. This is what I posted. Report your AMC share count. I did. Contact Ethan Leibovitz for more information. Maybe it will help put our slob AMC CEO Adam behind bars and force some justice. And I put a link to where you can post your share count with your signed affidavit, which I did. Now let's scroll down. And Ethan was kind enough to respond and also share a link to where they could find out more. Then we got one guy, North Texas Investors Club. How in the hell is this going to help do anything? This was the 50th attempt at a share count completed by retail via Twitter Watch. They'll be lucky to hit 300 people to participate, throwing in the caveat that you need to have it notarized will eliminate 50% of participants. Didn't eliminate me. Fair criticism, but why would you decide you're going to try to prevent people from registering their share? Why would you do that? It doesn't harm anything. If anything, the CEO of the company doesn't want to give us a share count. Next.
Just
go ahead.
I'm reluctant to deal with share count stuff right now, just because there was so much shenanigans that went on with the ape share distributions, and then all the synthetic shares, and then all the exchanges buying shares but not necessarily following through on the location of those shares. So there's a number of retail investors that probably own shares that shouldn't exist right now.
Well, without getting into the weeds about why we need to register the shares, this is more about the conversation on Twitter and what they chose to censor and allow. So as you scroll down, you see Darth Pattywall. No, you didn't, but keep lying to yourselves. He's implying I didn't register my shares. Then we have Doc, who put the clown with the pointing up towards me. Now expand Doc's comments so we can see the other comments after that. So you can see there, this post violated the X rules. And that was my post that said Moonshot 0805. What do CEO Adams' balls taste like when you gargle them? That's what I posted. And now you're seeing that can't be shown. And he says, Guy, you look like you're 65 on X talking about another man's privates. Kind of sus. Okay, there's the trash talk. And I responded, go back up, Ed. I wanted to show the conversation. Did you click on Doc 0805's? Click on his actual, click on that.
Oh, there's a reply there.
Right, okay. Right. So
there's the post that you posted that they said violated the rules.
Right, that has now locked me out for another 8 hours. And he says, Guy, you look like you're 65 on X talking about another man's privates. Kind of sus. Ha, ha, ha. Big deal. And I said, answer the question, clown. Oh, I did. You'll be hearing from Linktree soon. Good luck. He's alluding to the fact he reported my tweet and got me knocked off Twitter. Now,
what the hell does Linktree have to do with it?
Actually, nothing. I think he mistook. Here's what happened, Ed. He went into my Linktree because I have links to my professional websites. He was stalking my personal information, is what he was doing, and he posted.
This is why I try not to. I don't feed the trolls.
I don't care.
This is all they do.
Okay.
I mean, just looking at this guy, he's got 197 followers. He's probably been on the internet for 5 months. Maybe
click
less.
back now. Click back to the thread to get down to the other comments. So now you've got this other clown.
Back to the.
Scroll down.
Navigating these response timelines is a pain in the ass.
I know.
By the way, and I should let you know the reason they find you is when you use the hashtags. If you're using a hashtag and they're monitoring the hashtag, these jerk bags are scanning just so they can troll you. They're looking to see people that they don't agree with one way or another, and they're just throwing their replies and their own personal responses out there because people just think that they can say anything on the internet.
We're on my profile.
It's not,
this guy
not
says,
on your profile.
No, it is. It is, Ed. He's replying to my initial post. I did hashtag AMC so people could see the post on my profile.
The only reason they're seeing the post.
I understand that
hashtag timeline,
but it's still on my profile timeline. Okay, so they're coming to my profile to carry on, whether I hashtagged it or not. And the hashtags are to get people to pay attention to the AMC issue. Now, click on Yerock's comment, okay, where he says, bah, ha, 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 ha. Like anyone gives a fuck what a failure of a producer thinks about a fraudulent count.
Where the hell was that? I don't even know where the
Scroll
hell that
down.
is.
Click on Yerock.
Oh, this dickhead.
Yeah.
Okay.
So scroll down, to which I responded with legitimate graphing information where the stock is. Now scroll down farther, where I said, bah, ha, 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 another CEO Adam testicle gargler. Okay? Decided to give the shit talk back. What does he say? Oh, come on, Jerry. You think you have a leg to stand on with that comment?
Yeah, that's a dick move, that comment right there. Which leads me to believe that whoever this jerkbag is probably watches the show and hate watches it.
Well, whether he hate watches or not, I could care less about his comment as much as the fact that when I reported it to Twitter, they don't identify that as hate against a group like a disabled person. Because I said, laugh out loud, amputee leg jokes, that the best you got? In all seriousness, what kind of a stupid asshole wouldn't want to share a count? Oh yeah, a stupid asshole like you. So doubling down on the humor, right? But the point is, Ed, it's not about me, because this happens to fucking everybody on Twitter. You can have people decide to troll your account, basically slap them back as they deserve and ask for, and then they weaponize the reporting system to shut you down. And then if you go back out to that tweet, you'll see all kinds of other people chiming in, saying, I'm a shill, I didn't register my shares. And basically, I can't respond to any of that with proof that they're all full of shit. And you would say, Ed, yeah, Jerry, don't worry about it. Okay, yeah, maybe I shouldn't. But as I said at the top of the show, for better or worse, everything's a matter of principle to me. And this kind of shit shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't. But again, I need to remind people that 2/3 of accounts on social media are people who are intentionally making accounts so they control you and waste your time. Or they are automated accounts that are set up to troll you and waste your time. Or they are hedge funds or people who are bad actors who are commenting to try and disrupt whatever type of community you may have on social media. So take everything that you see on there with a huge grain of salt.
Yeah, but bottom line, Twitter's not equitably enforcing their policies and guidelines. And when I asked them, how did my comment about, hold on, I said, how did my comment to that first guy about gargling Aaron's balls violate your policies? And this comment that this guy made to me about my leg doesn't. And they can't respond. You get the canned response. So my point, Ed, is not about the trolls, not about the comments. It's about the platform that is not engaging and enforcing their policies equally across the platform. Much is the same way with YouTube. When we talked about Russell Brand and Cardi B, this is happening. I encountered this today on Twitter. Very innocuous, right? I'll get my account unlocked in another 8 hours or so, but I'm bringing this up as an example. It speaks to the fact our social media overlords who claim that they're there to protect us and enforce the rules equally, they're not. They're not. And after I got no response from Twitter, and I said I really would like to have a response from a live agent, and I got the canned response, and we're seeing we can't even broadcast Chicago Corner to our Chicago Corner Twitter tonight, I'm done. I have no fucks left to give with Twitter. Why? Why are we on Twitter? Why are we broadcasting on Twitter? They generate ad revenue from everything on there. We don't get anything from Twitter, even though we get pennies from YouTube. I'm just going to use Twitter to announce our shows on Rumble and Rockfin with a link there, so that people know when we're coming on. We don't need to live stream on Twitter. We don't need them to make money off of us.
It's better to streamline that process anyway. I mean, if we're streaming on X number of platforms, then we're not consolidating the people who are viewing us, and they're watching on different platforms when they don't need to. But we use it for promotion like everything else. We tell them to come over to Rumble or Rockfin. Or I think, and we're still streaming on Facebook, right?
We are still streaming. Yeah, there's no reason to. Yeah, well, they still give us the copyright strikes on things that I appeal, and it turns out, we're gonna accept your appeal and lift the copyright strike.
Yeah.
Because again, it's all algorithms looking at things and not looking at context, not actually here, guys. We'll end this segment with this. I violated their rules against abuse and harassment, but they're not enforcing the same rules against abuse and harassment with those other examples that I gave you. Plus, as I said, that guy is off on his profile literally gloating with a screen grab of my tweet, gloating that he got me locked out of my account. So I didn't violate any rules. He weaponized their reporting system, and Twitter's not equally enforcing their rules with anybody. Plus, you would think that any company should have a live customer service number, especially given the fact that I had us paying $11.99 a month to Twitter for our Chicago Corner account for the blue check. I canceled that tonight.
Yeah,
they're not making $11.99 off of us, and I'm not going to subscribe to them when Elon decides he's going to start charging people whatever amount for Twitter. I'm happy to leave Twitter. I'm not going to pay $9.99 for them to shut people down when people are abusing their reporting system and then allowing other trolls to pile into a person's profile to make comments that you can't defend yourself against. Fuck that.
Yeah, I mean there weren't a whole lot of benefits to really getting paying for the subscription there anyway, other than, like you said, being able to stream or post longer video clips. I mean, it's not we don't compile enough video clips for that to really make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand why Case Study QB would want to do that, because that's all he does is collect video off mainstream media so you can see what total hypocrites they are.
Yeah, he's an invaluable service too. Yeah, you know what?
And
Unfortunately, Uncle Warren,
too.
I wish I could add. You know what, Warren? If you want to go into that thread yourself and ask him, since he wouldn't answer the question for me, what those balls tasted like that he was gargling, please be my guest. But be forewarned, he will report you, and you'll probably get locked out of Twitter because you're violating their sacred guidelines that they can't even identify what policy you violate.
I would just say that whoever had constructed the reporting algorithms over at Twitter probably has some type of ball gargling fetish, and felt that that was a major offense that people needed a timeout for, Jerry.
I guess so.
And there's nothing wrong with that if that's what you like. Hey, but hey, look.
If you like to gargle CEO Adam Aron's balls, defending him when it's very, very clear he engaged in manipulation of his company's stock to help his Wall Street hedge fund friends bail themselves out on their shorts, buying the stock for cheap because of the 10-to-1 reverse split, you're welcome to defend him, and you're welcome to gargle his balls. All I asked was, what do they taste like?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, it's offensive to talk about the types of flavors that are imparted upon. Okay, I think we're done.
Actually, maybe I don't want to know what CEO Adams' balls taste like after. Yeah, you know what? My attempt at humor is actually who wants to know? All right, let's get into our next story. I think Brandon Johnson is in over his head. Because, as reported by both Cranes and Original Newsbreak.com, let me read from Cranes first, because there are some important. I'm sorry, this is actually from the Chicago Sun-Times. Let's read from the Chicago Sun-Times first.
Okay.
The city signed a $29.3 million contract to build, quote, winter base camps for migrants. We've been talking about this ad nauseum for the past 2 or 3 weeks, the idea of winter tents in a Chicago winter climate, and the fact that for whatever money you're going to spend on these temporary tents, whatever contractor is going to take home all that federal money that's being given to the city, it's part-time. It's not being spent for a long-term solution that would be a better investment. Johnson decided to sign off $29.3 million to this company that's based in Canada that actually has a few controversies of its own behind them. So Let's go to the Sun-Times article first. The contract doesn't mention any specific sites for the giant camps, and none have been chosen, according to Mayor Johnson's press secretary, Ronnie Reese. Now, this comes to us from France Spielman at the Chicago Sun-Times. Chicago has taken the first concrete step to deliver on Mayor Brandon Johnson's controversial plan to get more than 2,000 migrants off the floors of police stations, O'Hare and Midway airports, and into giant tent cities he prefers to call winterized base camps before temperatures plummet. Okay, first off, he's changing the language to make it more palatable. I'm sorry. They're giant tent cities. This is District 9 come to Chicago. It's what it is.
Yeah, they're also not really winterized. It's misleading to call them that.
Piggybacking onto an existing state procurement, the city has signed a $29.3 million contract with Garda World Federal Services, LLC, for migrant temporary housing. $29.3 million for temporary housing. Wouldn't you think it would be better to invest 29.3 or maybe a little bit more into longer-term solutions that don't only help the migrants now, but perhaps homeless people after? Oh, I don't know, displaced Chicagoans that the CHA is not giving land to because they're giving it to fucking billionaires who have soccer teams for fucking training fields. The purpose of this purchase order is to allow the city to purchase from the state contract temporary housing solutions and related services to provide critical services to asylum seekers according to the contract signed September 12th. Now, the thing is, Johnson didn't vet this with city council, didn't vet it with anybody, I don't think. Just decided this is what we're going to do. He alluded to it, but we thought it was going to be open for some conversation and debate in city council. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah. And also, I can be certain that this was not Brandon Johnson's idea. Someone brought this idea to him. I want to know who. Who's the person?
Someone who's probably in on that money on that contract that's going to Garda World, would you think?
And which person in which whether it's someone in the Democratic Party maybe who suggested it, when they were talking to him about the convention they're going to be having, or
it's right there in the article, piggybacking onto an existing state procurement. So these people already provide procurement for the state, and this is their big payday. Now that somebody suggested it, piggybacking it onto an existing arrangement. The city reserves the right to utilize other contractors and or city employees at any site set up as temporary housing solutions pursuant to this purchase order. The contract mentions no specific sites for the base camps, and none has been chosen, according to Mayoral Press Secretary Ronnie Reese. In fact, the only specific site mentioned so far, 115th and Halsted Streets, has faced opposition from local residents. The contract also includes no specific timetable for erecting the tent cities. It's got to be done pretty quickly if it's going to get done before the weather breaks, Reese told the Sun-Times. The goal is to decompress the police stations as soon as possible. We know that's not sustainable. Well, obviously it's not, but Jesus Christ, don't we have a lot of empty buildings around the city?
Yes.
Oh, 50 empty schools with showers, sinks.
Not just schools. There's got to be vacant apartments. There's got to be a number of vacant buildings that could be converted really quickly to something habitable.
Just imagine, even if it was temporary, how far that $29.3 million it could go towards, I don't know, like 3 closed schools, Ed. 3 of the closed schools that are least uninhabitable, that haven't suffered from neglect or any kind of attention. Okay, there've got to be 3 or 4 schools in the 50 schools that have been closed that don't have asbestos problems, that may have been maintained because there was a chance they might open or be used for other purposes. You can't put that $29.3 million towards those schools to repurpose them if you're never going to open them, which are going to last longer, and again, which could then be repurposed even if it's temporary for migrants, for homeless people.
Or if their final plan is to reopen them as schools, they could still use them temporarily for housing and have that conversion, rehab, or whatever money put toward getting those schools into a ready situation while housing migrants and homeless people. I mean, it's not an either or proposition here. They could consolidate the resources and do more than one thing.
Now look at that picture. That is a photograph of a Garda World camp. I see palm trees. I'm not sure where that is. Is there a
Florida, I think.
That's in, okay. Yeah, they don't identify it, but it could be Florida. Now, scroll down. Let's do this next diagram. During briefings this month, city council members were shown pictures of what the giant tents would look like. That's probably that first photo. They include frames, rows of cots, mess halls, and attached heating and air conditioning units. Trailer-like portable toilets were parked adjacent to the tents. And you know, those are going to smell great, right? Those are going to be maintained regularly as opposed to having a facility that has actual piped-in plumbing and sinks with regular running water. Photographs included in the Garda World contract look somewhat different. And there's an example. There you go. That's just basically an upgrade from the porta potties outside the police stations right now.
Yeah, that's actually better option than what the
yeah, it's an upgrade, but still, I've been in those, Ed. Okay, I've been in those because those are generally used on location with movie sets. When you go shoot on location and you've got the catering trucks, this is what they bring out. But keep in mind, they're only there for the day. Whatever location you're shooting at, they're taken back to base camp and they're cleaned by whatever contractor is providing that mobile toilet facility. These are going to sit at this base camp for how many months? And how often are people going to come in and clean them?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's like, are they going to have somebody swing by, drop off a new one, and take away the old one? Or on a regular basis or not?
Magic 8 Ball says... highly unlikely.
Yeah.
All right.
For real.
Within each, that's why I bought this set as a show prop. It comes in handy for these moments. Within each clear span, we will include cots and linens. Additionally, with both our outdoors and indoor lodging options, we're able to provide a morale, welfare, and recreation, MWR, area either within the hard-sided structure or as an exterior tent. This would be a tented facility with lights, power, HVAC, and flooring. This area would also include tables and chairs for reading and doing personal Look, yeah, it's an upgrade from the police stations, but some private contractors making bank off this short term, as opposed to how could we use this to help them part-time in a longer term, longer range solution that we haven't wasted our investment on a contractor providing this shit short term. $29.3 million is a lot. Where is it? $29.3 million is...
That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. And I wish we had some of that money so that we could give Jerry a more reliable computer that isn't getting tackled every time he plays a reaction video. I think your sound's back now.
It's back. We will work with IEMA, the Illinois Emergency Management Agency, to determine other requirements to potentially include television capabilities for inhabitants to relax, cell phone charging stations, as well as numerous board games. Those aren't even being included in the $29.3 million out of the gate. The contract continues. Those are upgrades. Those would be like, be extra $10 million. For both outdoor and indoor lodging options, we also provide a covered sanitation tent. Sanitation tent. How nice that phrase is. That is located just outside the main facility with contained walkways between all trailers provided to the main facility. This will be designed upon our arrival at the site. The sanitation tent includes all required hand wash, restroom, shower, and laundry facilities and is also ADA compliant. Well, I'm glad they are going to recognize the Americans with Disabilities Act. Additionally, we provide an exterior kitchen trailer with serving lines and tables and chairs for dining within the main facility for either hard-sided or soft-sided lodging that provides the required meals for guests. Okay, I'm going to say this, Ed, again. From my experience working on film sets in the past, when you're on location, everything that they're providing is what we call a base camp for your film crew. You're shooting on a street in Chicago. You need to have a base camp. We don't bug people to use their bathrooms. We've got these temporary facilities, the tents for the food, the food wagons. and they go back and they clean up and they return wherever they're going the next day. This proposition is these things are going to be set up and just stay there. And will they be maintained? Maybe. As often as they should be? Unknown. At a cost of $29.3 million, that once they're done and they wrap and they leave, we get nothing long term for this money that's being spent.
And while we got that oversized porta potty on the screen right there, does that look ADA compliant to you, Jerry?
No, I don't see a ramp. No, I don't see a ramp there. No.
I'm thinking, maybe they're just saying they are and hoping nobody notices.
That might be an add-on. That might be an upgrade. Let's scroll down to the next diagram. We can show what this beautiful tent city looks like. District 9, Chicago.
Yeah.
Anybody seen the movie District 9?
Yeah, I have. I heard they made a sequel to that. I didn't see it yet, though.
District 9 is about, I think it's been a long time, and I might be completely...
extraterrestrials crash land on Earth or something, and then they create basically refugee camps for them.
And it's basically a metaphor for migrant crises. It's basically using aliens to tell the tale of like how inhumane not only the facilities, but in the way that migrants are marginalized or dehumanized, and not recognized as human beings if they're fleeing wherever they're coming from. As we've talked about a lot, Venezuela, which we've destabilized. When I say we, I mean the United States. And I always have to bring this up in conversations. Well, why don't they come through legally? Why don't they? They're fleeing oppression in a country we've destabilized. You have no idea the sacrifices they've made to get away from that, because their lives are in danger there, because our country destabilized that region. Plus, let's not forget the fact that you've got businesses here that don't want to pay Americans a fair living wage, that are ready to exploit all that migrant labor and pay them pennies on the dollar. Well, and they're not the ones who have to answer for anything. Yeah, it's the migrants that we're poised against.
And Melty Joe just authorized the Venezuelan migrants to get work visas, but only if they were here before July 30th. So if you arrived after that, I guess you're fending for yourself or figuring out a cash-only solution, or hopefully maybe you have family that live here you can crash with for a little while until you're actually able to work.
I'm glad he did it, Ed, but he clearly had no choice, because this is an overdrive.
No, well, the only reason
he should have come up with a policy before this became a crisis, as far as how do we streamline the system to let them come in legally, because clearly there is a market for cheap labor. Unfortunately, that's a fact of life. There are businesses that don't want to pay Americans a fair living wage. So if we can streamline the process and get migrants in that might be willing to sacrifice for their citizenship by working these shit jobs at shit wages, at least we know they are participating in the system with jobs. And I'm not condoning it, but it's like, if you got to like have a give and take on this, the system, the road to citizenship right now, it's not like our grandparents coming through at Ellis Island, which is what I'm always arguing with my older relatives and family members. Well, there's a process and there's a legal. Yeah, there is. And it's much different from when our grandparents came through, because at the time our grandparents came through, America wanted cheap labor to build America's infrastructure. And once that was done, suddenly became more difficult for the immigrants to come in, because we didn't have a need for them anymore. And suddenly we've become this xenophobic society that's forgotten this is a nation of immigrants. This is a melting pot. And it shouldn't just be a melting pot of Eastern European people. It should be a melting pot of South Americans, Hispanics. It should be a melting pot for everybody, not just our ancestral white relatives, as opposed to black and brown people now, who are in countries that the United States is literally destabilizing with exploiting their resources and going in and putting in their own puppet governments so that American empire can profit from it.
Yeah, and we grew up with this decades-long propaganda about who belongs here and who doesn't, and who needs to go through the proper channels, and and that all goes along with all the other stuff, with the pick yourself up by your bootstraps, and anybody can make it in this world, and if you try hard enough, and you could be a millionaire too, and and all this. So it's like, yeah, at a certain point, the guys who started at the top or found their way to the top, they pulled up the ladder behind them, right? They spent decades doing what they called trickle down economics, where basically they get all the money.
Joy,
you
thank
thought
you.
there was more after that?
Thank you, Joy. Yeah, it was a metaphor
Yeah.
and an allegory for South Africa, because it's been a long time since I saw it, and Ed kind of provided some, but yeah, it was specifically an allegory for apartheid in South Africa.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And let me also add on to Ed's comment about pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I've shared this before. I have $1 million product idea. I've been selling it for 10 years on Amazon on a website. I've hit a brick wall because I can't reach a global marketplace. And the durable medical equipment monopolies, Drive Medical and Medline here in Illinois, don't want a partner to help distribute it. They come to me and they ask me, well, have you spent any money advertising your product so that, you know, we have a brand recognition? I'm like, no, if I had advertising money and brand recognition, I wouldn't be coming to you. See, I'm coming to you because you have the resources and you're placed all over the world to take a proven commodity that's had success on a small level, because you have the arms to put it in international marketplaces. You have manufacturing facilities in other countries. So it's not cost prohibitive for me to ship to other countries from our manufacturer in Orange, California, because we're made in the USA. We need to partner with a bigger company that already has that reach. But they don't want to do it. Why? Well, because I'm supposed to spend millions of dollars I don't have on advertising, and then what? Bring it to them after the brand recognition is proven so that they can then capitalize on it. Why would I do that?
Yeah, they can't be spending their profits on advertising a new product, Jerry.
It's not even that, Ed. They're too fucking lazy to do their jobs. When they advocate that they're all about innovation, and they say that my cane and crutch product is for a niche market, I'm like, niche market? You sell canes and crutches. Is that a niche market? This is an upsell. So no, it's not that it's a niche market. It's that you're too fucking lazy to do your job marketing and figuring out how to target cane and crutch users to recognize this is a great add-on. One lady at one of these companies said, let me just share this little drive off into the weeds real quickly, because you know me, I had to like really shut my mouth. She said to me, well, you know, if you haven't done any advertising and marketing, you know, it's very difficult for us to commit dollars to doing that kind of work to get brand recognition and product recognition up. You know, with the products that we already have that are proven, we want to spend our time picking up $100 bills off the floor, not $10 bills. And you know what I wanted to say to her? You talk like you're up on a fucking stage pole dancing for the hundreds as opposed to the tens, is what I wanted to say to her. But I didn't.
Yeah. And she'd have much better stability if she was pole dancing with Easy Walk pads.
But yeah, I mean, not to make this about my product, but it's like we talk about, oh yeah, just work hard. I've been working hard for the past 10 years on this. Okay. Anybody who knows me knows my ambition, knows my commitment. At a certain point, you need to partner with those that have a bigger, no pun intended, footprint in the marketplace. And unless you shoot pool with them or have some personal connection, and here's my other fear, Ed, my patents are up in 8 years. What's to say that they're not just saying, no, we're not interested now, but once my patents are up, they will then take my idea and go do what they want to do worldwide with it. It's not like that hasn't happened before.
Can you renew your patents?
I have to come up with modifications to the existing design and basically validate why I've added a modification. And at this point, I don't know how best I can modify and improve our product. I mean, it's gone through 3 modifications to the point where it is now. So
add some new drain holes. I mean, that's easy. You know, you that idea is all yours. I won't take credit for that. Seriously, just poke a new hole in there and file a new patent.
I've got 8 years, Ed, and I am thinking of some clever ways to broaden my brand awareness. I'll share with you off the air. But let's get off that. What we're talking about.
Can they come in different colors?
You know, it's all about messaging. It's about how to let a broader audience of people that don't use canes and crutches know about my product in a way that they will say, oh, my grandma might like this, or oh, my friend who's on crutches might like this. Have you seen the Squatty Potty videos, commercials?
Not recently.
But you know what they are. You've seen it. drinking the poop from a unicorn's ice cream into an ice cream cone. That whole silly, it's a very silly, stupid video, but people remember it, right? Even if you don't remember it exactly.
We'll have to collaborate on something like that.
I've got an idea. I'm just saying, my idea is if I can produce a video that people remember to like say, hey, I saw this goofy video and these pads might help you on your cane or crutch. People who don't use canes or crutches. But let's get back. I don't know how we got off on that tangent. Let's get back to the tents. Let's put that graphic back up. I mean, it is a talk show, so we talk about the things that are stream of consciousness, right? All right. So the article goes on to say,
I think we were talking about bootstraps. I sent you down the bootstrap rabbit hole.
Yeah, to which triggered me with, oh yeah, pull myself up by my bootstraps. It's easier said than done. Chicago faces a $538 million shortfall in 2024, with $200 million of it tied to the migrant crisis. The parade of buses filled with migrants, more than 14,000 and counting, will have cost taxpayers more than $255.7 million by December 31st, and well over $300 million after Johnson forges ahead with his plan to create winterized base camps, each filled with anywhere from 500 to 1,000 migrants. Alderman Andre Vasquez, chair of the City Council's Committee on Immigration and Refugee Rights, said Wednesday he believes Chicago taxpayers would be better served if the city acquired abandoned buildings and redesigned them to house migrants. I don't always agree with Andre Vasquez, but I do now. Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. You're talking too logically.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Andre is watching our show, though, because I know we've come up with some of these ideas in the past. But, I mean, he's a smart guy.
I doubt he's watching us, but I'm glad that we agree on something.
It'd be cool to have him come on the show, though. I think Kira knows him. Maybe we'll be able to get him to come on and talk about. I don't know which specific things we want to talk to him about. There's a number of items going on with the way city's dealing with things and the way he doesn't agree with how some of those things are happening. And I'm like, well, what exactly is City Council doing if they don't have any control over the stuff that Mayor Johnson's deciding to move forward with right now?
My biggest beef with Andre Vasquez, I like him. I remember when he ran, I liked him. My problem with him is the constant pivot to identity politics. That's what I don't like. And that came into play with, my pet peeve, Ed, renaming Lakeshore Drive. Okay. I remember actually, I think I locked horns with him on Facebook about how ridiculous it was that money was being spent and time was being wasted on renaming the drive, but the identity politics, exceeded all other priorities. But, that's my only pet peeve with Alderman Vasquez. I do watch him, and I think he's on the right side of a lot of issues anyway. And we can disagree on some things and agree on others. It doesn't mean we have to be uncivil with each other. It's how we all see things from our experience.
Yeah. Well, and aside from the absurdity of spending all that money to rename all those signs and then making it so that everybody has to try and readjust with in the media trying to name or talk about that street that never should have been renamed, it does open the conversation so that more people want to learn about who Jean-Paul Dusable was. So, I mean, I think down the road, we're probably just going to have a good laugh about this, but at the same time, we're still going to go, it's still Lakeshore Drive, man.
I never refer to it as anything but. He went on to say, at least then the city would have, quote unquote, yes, something to show for it when the crisis finally comes to an end. Let me repeat what he said. Chicago taxpayers would be better served if the city acquired abandoned buildings and redesigned them to house migrants, because when they're done, you've got housing for homeless people and other emergencies. If we build tent cities, Vasquez said, what will we do with them? That's the end of the Sun-Times article. I also read on Twitter, do you know how much, hey, everybody, if you're looking for a job, you want to be paid really well, go sign up to work in these proposed tent cities, because apparently the pay is really, really good. It's certainly out of the realm of what my friend whose experience I shared at Catholic Charities was earning to help find migrants housing. Now, there's another link I want to share. I've never read this gentleman's blog, Adam Tabriz, at the website originalnewsbreak.com, but I thought that he had some interesting points here that we're kind of talking about. He says, in a move that has ignited fierce controversy and widespread outrage, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson has approved a staggering $26 million contract for establishing illegal migrant camps within the city limits. The decision has sparked a heated debate, with critics arguing that it undermines the city's economic stability, blah, blah, blah. We went into that. Let me get to the points he made that I thought added to that Sun-Times article. Okay. The community of Chicago is in a state of outrage following the decision made by Mayor Brandon Johnson. Protesters passionately argue that these funds should have been allocated towards addressing local issues and supporting the city's residents rather than being directed towards these camps. Many community members strongly believe that the mayor's approval of this contract goes against their deeply held values and principles. In light of this, citizens demand transparency and accountability from Mayor Brandon Johnson regarding his decision to approve such a controversial contract. Now, the background of the contract approval can be traced back to the ongoing debate on immigration policies and the treatment of undocumented migrants in the United States. Where's talk about the contract itself? The $26 million contract signifies a substantial financial investment from the city government towards illegal migrant camps. This funding will be allocated to provide shelter, healthcare, and other essential services for undocumented migrants living in Chicago. However, critics contend that this considerable amount could have been more effectively utilized to tackle other urgent issues within the city, such as homelessness or education. Conversely, proponents of the contract emphasize that it demonstrates a compassionate approach towards migrants and guarantees that their fundamental needs are addressed as they navigate an uncertain legal process. The debate over the contract's approval intensifies as opposing viewpoints clash over Chicago's most appropriate allocation of resources. Now, there are serious concerns surrounding the legality of Mayor Johnson's approval of the $26 million contract. Critics argue that providing financial support to these camps goes against the principles of upholding the rule of law. They question the prioritization of resources and whether it aligns with the community's needs. The lack of transparency and public input in the decision-making process surrounding this contract adds fuel to the fire. And that's why I said at the top of reporting on this, he's in over his head. And to your point, Ed, maybe someone did bring this to him as a solution because he couldn't figure it out. And it's a bad solution.
Yeah. And the question, and again, we need to know who. We need to know who's talking to him and who's suggesting these things so that we can root out the problems that he has inside his somewhat transitional organization right now, because he's still using some people from the previous administration, and some of them are probably giving him bad advice.
To rebuild, you know what, the more and more I read Adam Tabrizi's blog here, it repeats so many points over and over again. I think this was AI written. This was AI written. Yeah, but let me get to a better point, one other point at the end here before we move on. To rebuild trust among concerned residents, Mayor Brandon Johnson must engage in open dialogue and thoroughly explain his rationale behind approving this controversial $26 million contract. I'm going to stop using the illegal. He keeps using illegal to throw red meat out to xenophobes. The $26 million contract for the migrant camps. Efforts should be made to involve community leaders, organizations, and representatives in discussing how taxpayer funds are allocated. This would promote transparency and accountability, ensuring the decision-making process is inclusive and representative of the community's needs. He's not doing that, Ed. That's what's disappointing.
Oh, I'm not.
Go ahead.
I didn't realize earlier when you said illegal migrant camps that this guy was throwing out dog whistles. I thought he was calling them illegal camps.
No, illegal. He's saying illegal migrant camps, which is why I'm editing myself.
Yeah, dude, come on. No person is illegal.
Yeah. But yeah, and it just repeats the same points over and over again. But about the transparency and about Mayor Johnson, I'm not ready to go like full. I'm not ready to go for the jugular as I would with former reviled Mayor Lori Lightfoot, but this is the lack of transparency and just doing this after neighbors. This defies what a lot of neighborhoods want and what a lot of people are discussing as far as the amount of money allocated towards a short-term solution when it could be allocated towards something long-term that would benefit us after the problem is solved and we find permanent housing for migrants is just, Now, there's a Twitter link in here from Colin Rugg. And you shared this with me on Slack. I don't like Colin Rugg's attitude on this, but he does have a video there that might be worth sharing. But this is the kind of guy who I'd like to go on to Twitter and just tell to fuck off, but then I'd get reported and suspended again. But let's run let's look what he says and run the video.
Yeah. Okay.
Because he's clearly coming from a xenophobe.
There's a lot of reporters that are doing that. They're looking for anything that they can chip away so that they can just drag on him and then throw out the dog whistles.
Mike Kelly, who used to engage a lot with
William Kelly.
William Kelly. He's all over Fox News. I mean, he's making a name for himself now, taking down Brandon Johnson on all this stuff, from a very xenophobic and prejudiced.
Yeah. And there really is no reason to do that. I mean, you can be critical of his policies and his inaction or the decisions that he makes without having to be xenophobic or racist or anything else like that. Anyway.
Let's run his video. Then I have something interesting to share.
Okay.
I wanted to know if there is a capacity limit, and what is that limit, if there is one, and why can't we close the borders of Chicago or the state of Illinois in the first place? Why can't we close the borders?
I don't know if there's a limit. I do know that when you are seeking asylum, you are granted protections from the U.S. to not return. So that is the process that folks are going through when they come here, when they get their interview, and then the Texas governor sends them to Illinois, and specifically Chicago.
So they get to come, once they do an interview in Texas, they get to come regardless. Texas says you're an asylum seeker, you're being persecuted, so yeah, you can leave your country and come here and go wherever you want.
Not Texas. This is the federal government is the one that does the process around asylum seeking. It is Texas who is making the decision to send them to Chicago.
And that's what I wanted to know. Can we say, no, we won't take anymore?
It has to come from the federal government.
I wanted to know.
Sorry. I tried to hit the stop button and then it started playing.
It's all right. Let's scroll up for Rugg's comments because, he's laughing. Oh, this is what we all voted for. Look what do you say? I guess that's what you get when you vote for a communist. Yeah, Brandon Johnson is anything but a communist asshole. That's what I would say to him, okay? Look, this is, again, red meat to all the xenophobes and racists and bigots on Twitter. This news comes as residents in Democratic-controlled areas. No, yeah. You know what? Let me say this. Paul Vallis wouldn't have even dealt with this with tents. He would have spent the $26.3 million on buses to take them somewhere else. That's what Paul Vallis would have done. There would have been no humanitarian, compassionate solution to this problem under Paul Vallis. So as much as Brandon Johnson, we think is wrongly advised to this concept of the tents as opposed to longer term housing that we could actually utilize in the future for the expenses. Make no mistake, Paul Vallis would have shipped these people out or done continued what Lori Lightfoot did, sending them to Burr Ridge, to hotels in Burr Ridge, and wiping his hands of them. Okay.
Oh, and it is my understanding that Garda World are the ones who sent the migrants on the buses to Chicago in the first place.
Where'd you read that?
I'll be happy to be corrected on that, but I thought I had posted something in the Slack regarding that. I don't have the link handy right now. But with that said, I mean, this is the Garda World. They're a federal they're a federal contractor, and that's what they do. They manage situations, migrant situations, and whether it's doing a housing thing like these quote unquote winterized tent sit things are going to be, or transporting them from one place to another. These are all within parts of their services. And so this is why I am calling out. I mean, who is the stooge who recommended Garda World to Brandon Johnson?
Southside Weekly has a little bit more information on Garda World that I forgot to share. So why don't you look for that link? And then I found another link I'll bring up after this. But bring up the Southside Weekly link, and I'll start reading from Jim Daly as he reports on Southside Weekly. The company building asylum seeker camps ran troubled detention facilities. Detention facilities is their stock and trade in Canada and Texas. The company Garda World Federal Services was also hired to fly Oh, here you go, Ed. It's in here. The company Garda World Federal Services was also hired to fly migrants out of Florida by Governor Ron DeSantis' administration. Southside Weekly reports, Garda World Federal Services, the company the city has hired to build and staff tent camps for asylum seekers, is a multinational. Do you think it's a multinational relief firm, Ed? No. It's a multinational security firm.
Shocking.
Security firm that has been contracted to run immigrant detention facilities in the U.S. and Canada. At one Canadian facility managed by the company, migrants went on hunger strike to protest conditions there, and one person at that facility later died. Coming to Chicago this winter. In May, the Tampa Bay Times reported that Garda World was one of 3 companies hired by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' administration to ship asylum seekers to politically blue states such as Massachusetts and California. Updated September 22nd, a statement Garda World released Thursday said Garda World Federal Services contract with the Florida Division of Emergency Management remains inactivated, and Garda World FS was in no way involved with transportation of vulnerable populations in the state. DeSantis' relocation program was halted last year after migrants who said they were tricked into being flown into Martha's Vineyard filed a federal lawsuit. Okay, so do we believe him, Ed? I mean,
what? So they're saying that they didn't transport him this time.
No, they're saying that they were in no way involved in the transportation of the vulnerable population, that his relocation program was halted after migrants who said they were tricked. So they were engaged in it until migrants filed federal lawsuits. So I guess they're playing like they didn't understand or know how DeSantis was. They're no pawn. They got paid handsomely to provide those relocation services. But, they have to save face now. In Chicago, Garda World Federal Services has provided armored car services. You're going to love this, Ed. To the CTA for cash pickups, probably going to Dorville Carter's office, and staffed unarmed security guards to patrol L platforms and trains. A 2023 part series by the Tampa Bay Times reported that the company's armored car division lost track of millions of dollars, took safety shortcuts that may have led to crashes, and it was found to have systematic breakdowns in safety by the Department of Transportation.
Yeah,
Bravo.
who's running this Mickey Mouse operation?
Bravo, Mayor Johnson. Bravo.
So once again, this is I am imploring you, anyone in Chicago media who came to Brandon Johnson and said, let's hire Garda World to build tent cities for migrants.
Because they already have a standing contract of procurement with the state of Illinois. Pritzker's office?
Maybe someone from Pritzker's office. Maybe someone who was aware that the state had a contract. But, I mean, nobody else is talking to him about the other solutions that we should be pursuing. Andre, why don't you have him on speed dial?
Garda World's $29 million contract to run Chicago's tent camps is by far the largest the company has had with the city. The services in the contract include the setup of huge heated tents with cots and footlockers for asylum seekers, providing showers, portable toilets, blah, blah, blah. The company will also staff the facilities. No wonder the rate of pay is going to be so high, as I read on social media.
So what? They're going on the job markets and trying to hire local? They're hiring contractors to do this.
That's right. According to the contract, Garda World maintains a cadre. A cadre? I say cadre. You say cadre? I say cadre. I say sabotage. What do you say, Ed?
I'm going to say the wrong way, which is catery.
Of experienced security officers who are drawn from the military. emphasis on combat support, and leadership positions. Law enforcement, emphasis on uniformed positions. And security, extensive background in crisis or disaster-related security. Here we go. A job description for a Garner World Shelter base camp manager posted to the website Simply Hired listed no certifications or licensing requirements for the post, which had a salary range of $50,000 to $150,000.
Oh, really? Should we apply for that?
If only I had the time. Garda World referred to the weekly's questions to the mayor's office in a statement. A spokesperson for the mayor wrote, "The first of Mayor Johnson's priorities is to replace the police stations with shelters forming a base camp." Okay, yeah, we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah, but that should have happened months ago.
In empty buildings we already have. Garda World was selected to build and operate the shelters housing new arrivals based on expediency. What expediency? We have empty buildings, empty schools. Because of the statewide master contract with the state of Illinois through the Illinois Emergency Management Agency and the Illinois Department of Human Services, the state's contract falls under the disaster proclamation for the asylum seeker mission. Boom. There's your explanation. Using this contract enables the city to stand up the base camps expeditiously, and more quickly move new arrivals from Chicago Police Department district stations as the weather begins to change. The statement continued, as if that's a good thing. As with the all city-run shelters, there will be a system in place for individuals to file grievances should any issues arise. Like those that filed the sexual assault allegations that have suddenly disappeared. COPA can't find them because, clearly somebody said, no, you're not going to step forward and support your allegations that you filed months ago regarding sexual abuse and assault and everything else.
Who was the spokesperson for the mayor?
It's not
they
saying.
Don't say.
It's just saying the mayor's office.
And again, it doesn't answer the question. Who suggested this to Mayor Johnson? We understand that the state had as a contract and that someone in government must have been aware of that and thought that this was a quick and simple solution, because if the state's doing it, must be good enough for Chicago.
Yeah. Johnson has consistently maintained a desire to stop housing people seeking asylum at police districts, a policy begun under his predecessor that has led to arrests and alleged mistreatment in some districts. As of Wednesday morning, there were 1,496 asylum seekers staying at police districts, 556 at O'Hare Airport, and 19 at Midway Airport. The volunteers have been frustrated with the level of access that we have been able to have to the existing shelters and are really concerned. If this is the direction the city is going, said Annie Gombert, the lead organizer for the 15th District Police Station Response Team, a group of volunteers who provide food and services to asylum seekers staying there.
Yeah.
She said most volunteers do not consider the camps to be a sustainable solution to housing asylum seekers, even temporarily, and called the tent camp plan a misallocation of resources.
Yeah, I think we've read a quote from her in previous stories about this. Just a reminder to everybody that the police station response team is not actually part of the police. And I said that that's a terrible name for them if they don't want to be directly associated with them.
There's some good reporting from Southside Weekly. I really like their publication. Gomberg also raised issues about Garda World being awarded the contract. The places this company has worked in, prisons and refugee camps and military situations, don't really seem to be a long-term housing solutions for unhoused populations, she said. And yet they're being tasked with taking care of a really vulnerable population. According to a report by Davi Sherman, a fellow at the American Friends Services Committee's Research Center, Investigate. Can you hear that?
No.
Sylvester's vocalizing in the background there. Garda World oversaw the detention of immigrants held in centers in Vancouver, Quebec, and Fort Bliss, Texas. In 2021, detainees went on hunger strike 3 times to protest dire conditions at the Vancouver facility. In January of 2022, an immigrant died after being found in medical distress at a Canadian detention center operated by Garda World, the report said. Despite Garda World positioning itself as an aid provider that is experienced in operating long-term migrant sheltering, our findings make it clear that the company is in the business of profiting off of the detention and suffering of newcomers. Attention, Mayor Johnson. Attention, Mayor Johnson. Southside Weekly. Garda World is positioning itself as an avid aid provider that is experienced in operating long-term migrant sheltering. Our findings make it clear the company is in the business of profiting off the detention and suffering of newcomers. Sherman said in an email to Weekly. Across all of its business operations, time and time again, Garda World has carried out serious human rights abuses. This is a company whose business practices are antithetical to Chicago's welcoming city principles, and it should not be tasked with sheltering and caring for migrants, least of all in the middle of winter. The article goes on. Let me also share credit for the article to the writer here. This was by Jim Daly at Southside Weekly. Really fine reporting. But that's the scoop on Garda World. Now, what I found on social media on Twitter, I'm going to keep calling it Twitter just to piss off people at Twitter.
I'm not going to stop calling it Twitter because he changed it X because he had a tantrum.
Yeah.
And you're just going to call it Twitter again later. The same way, by the way, Jerry, the same way that Oscar Mayer changed the name of the Wienermobile to the Frankmobile. And guess what they just did this week, Jerry?
I saw in the Slack, and I didn't want to cover it, but what did they do?
They named it back to the Wienermobile.
Good.
It was absolutely a promo for their brand of Franks. And no, they're not paying me to say this, but if you guys want to become a sponsor, you know, Jerry at chicagocorner.tv, just contact him. Tell him we'd like to sponsor our wieners on your program.
We need to do the same thing with Lakeshore Drive. Oh, by the way, let me also, I'm seeing a lot of comments on, unfortunately, doesn't seem we can carry our Rumble comments over to StreamYard yet, but I do want to thank people.
Yeah, I think that'll happen soon, though.
Yeah, so some of our, you know what? Let me see if I can share the screen, if I can open it as its own.
You probably open it as a tab.
I was trying to do that so that I can, here we go, pop out chat. So I want to be able to share everybody's comments in the live chat on Rumble, since we are going to exclusively be doing stuff over there now. It seems that I lost some of the I lost some of the earlier comments. I'm trying to.
I can bring it up if you need me to.
Yeah, there were a lot of comments there. I'm seeing mostly Kathy stuff right now. Kathy says, Elon's following me. My days are numbered. Garda is connected. Kathy shares. The ADA stalls are wider and ground level. Yeah, in regards to that map of the temporary toileting stalls. So Kathy also shared via NBC News, the contractors are accused of abusive labor practices, which we just covered in the Southside Weekly article. So thank you, Kathy. I didn't see your Rumble comments before I went into the Southside Weekly article, but yeah, a lot of the stuff that is probably in that NBC report was also covered by Southside Weekly. So here's something that's interesting too. Now, I was going to Twitter to see if I could find that tweet that I seen earlier about how much money these contractors are going to be making if you go work at Garda World's District 9 tent city. But I came across a tweet from our former mayoral candidate, Mr. Green.
Ooh.
And he did share some, he did share some interesting information at. And every time, somebody shares interesting information, whether, you agree or disagree with them, you have to give them credit for information that helps guide the conversation, inform, and educate. So he shares, Chicago, I got access to the $29 million Garda World contract. These are inflated prices. They're charging us $531 a day to watch each child and $1,085 per day for an interpreter. $7.2 million a month to take care of 1,200 to 1,400 people. This is ludicrous. Now I'm going to open up the budget sheets.
I have to get my calculator out here. Where's my calculator at?
$531 is about the going rate per child per week, not day, per week for a nice summer camp or daycare. This is unbelievable. And I thought the parents weren't able to work, is in the comments there.
Okay, but how many hours would you say constitutes as watching them per day? 10 hours? 12? Should
Maybe
we be
10 or 12
generous?
hours.
Let's say 12 hours. Let's divide that by 12.
Okay.
That's $44.25 an hour.
More than they're willing.
Well,
oh no, well, more than they were willing to pay the employees at Catholic Charities with the same money to try to find migrants housing. Ed, remember when we shared my friend's story weeks ago?
Now that I divided that by 12, so then basically, if they're assuming 24 hours, that would be $22 an hour.
Well, there's a sleep period, Ed, and these are the contractors. These are not outside. I mean, these are people that are going to be paid. They said in the article that it's going to be contractors. Now, yeah, they're running job placement ads for people to work for Garda World, but you know, they're going to. What are they going to charge the city for what the employees are doing, and how much are they going to shave off the top of that?
Sure, but I'm just thinking just along the lines of the cost of labor here for a moment. Let's guess that maybe they're going to, I mean, because they're technically a security company, they're going to have several shifts covering 24 hours, probably.
I've got your information right here. Childcare, basic childcare services from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. per day, per zone. And how many workers assigned for infants younger than 12 months? Young toddler, 1 to 2 years, older toddler, 2 to 3 years, and preschooler, 3 to 5 years. Hourly rate for the infants is, for that 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. slot, $48.64 per hour across the board for all ages. And the interpreters for 24 hours a day, 7 days per week. Cost for additional interpreters, 24-hour a day charge is $2,170.12. Cost per day for each additional interpreter at a daily rate, $1,085.06. Now, you know I'm not against paying people a fair wage, right?
Right.
But you could pay those people in a standing long-term facility that's going to be around beyond the time that these temporary tent camps are going to be put up. That's where the waste is.
Well, yeah, that and obviously, you know, we figure in cost of labor and cost of resources, and they obviously, this company Garda World needs to make money on top of that. So that's they're padding all of that into there.
Check this out. Feminine hygiene products by zone. Pricing needs to be by occupancy with 25%, 50%, 75%, or 100% female population. Cost per month by occupancy. If it's 25% occupied, you're looking at feminine hygiene products costs of $1,013.51. 50% occupied, $2,027. You're going to tell me they can't go to Costco and stock up on the feminine hygiene products? I'm not being funny. I mean, I'm not disparaging or making fun of the need for feminine hygiene products. Okay, but I'm sorry, that's what Costco's for.
There was a local organization that wanted to help migrants out in some of the ways that they're wanting to pay Garda World to do, and then they probably could have done it for a whole lot less money. And I can't find the link to the organization here. And see if I can find it in the in our Slack here.
So I'm going to say this again while you look for that, Ed. I don't have a problem with paying people a fair wage to help the migrants in these, unfortunately, temporary tent cities. That shouldn't be temporary. If you're going to put money into any facilities to help migrants, it should be invested in structures, old schools, whatever, that you can repurpose, invest in, so that they have a value after this short-term solution. Because this is just money down the toilet to this contractor. It's not money down the toilet to pay people to help care for the migrants. But as we just went through the whole article about, this is a security service that's been involved in so many other abuses and malfeasance and I don't want to say abuse, but negligence as a security defense organization. I guess we've talked about this for too long, but I'll wait till you share what you were going to put up there.
Yeah, so I mean, I have there was an article I found someone had posted online, and it's from Rampant Magazine. And their quote says, "It failed because you made it fail. The story of Toto para Todos, The city of Chicago yesterday announced a $29 million contract with a company known as Canada's Blackwater.
There we go. Great.
To run tent camps for newly arrived asylum seekers. Meanwhile, a prominent and effective alternative based in dignity and care had to shut down for lack of city support.
Shame on Brandon Johnson.
And I'm not going to read the article here, but I will. I'll get
it to the show notes.
We can put it in the show notes, and I will paste it into the live chat right now, so you guys can read it later. But essentially, we have local organizations that were more than willing to do a lot of the hard work as far as coordinating resources and stuff for the migrants that were coming in, and the city just wasn't interested. Why? Who's advising Brandon Johnson right now to go with these federal contractors who have a terrible track record? Why can't we do things locally? We know that there are people here who can do the things that need to be done. We know we have resources available that have been untapped. And why are you not wanting to you don't want to rustle any feathers right now? Why? You're getting some kind of pushback from the Democratic National Committee? Screw them. Do what we need to do for the city and for the people that we are hosting and bringing in as migrants who will hopefully be future residents of the city.
And provide long-term solutions that we can include homeless people in now.
Yes.
As well as beyond the temporary need for our migrants. That's what's getting lost in this. God, I don't remember Lori Lightfoot or Mayor Fuckface Emanuel, who we'll talk about in a little while, rushing to spend $29 million on housing during the winter or any other time of the year to help people who are living under bridges in fabric tents. That's an obscenity on its own. By the way, I want to thank Dominic Palella. Dominic, thank you. I just saw Ed share with me that you tipped us on Rockfin $2. Dominic shares, let's ask how much a tent costs, the cost of maintaining them, including heating, toilets, etc., every month, and what is the name and location of those providing them and the associated services. If we aren't allowed to know this information, we need to add another square on the bingo card for the mayor's accountability to our taxpayers. Yep. We need to replace one of the bingo card squares that's already been filled in.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that and see if I can edit that. Otherwise, I'll have to make a new one. Oh, and then Dominic tipped us again.
Oh,
another $2. He says, so far, Jerry and Ed have clearly reported that the mayor is not competent or is intentionally acting to avoid meeting with activists or community organizers on the migrant issues. The honeymoon is over, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Look, we gave you all the rope. All of it. And
we were supporting him. I haven't stopped supporting him. Okay. I was willing to. Okay. Yeah. You know what? I'm not going to say I'm stopping supporting him, but I'm certainly going to call him out for some real boneheaded moves here. And this to me demonstrates a complete lack of experience that's very easy for his foes and his detractors to seize upon, to marginalize and destabilize anything else he wants to do that might actually be beneficial to the citizens of Chicago. And I also want to share Dominic's website, constituentpolling.org. But again, to your point, Ed, we know Paul Vallis would have been much worse. Okay, so it's like, I
mean,
what do you do?
And guaranteed he'd be using Garda World too, but just like Jerry said, to put him on buses and send him back to Texas or Florida.
The way DeSantis did from Florida, yeah.
And that's not gonna solve a problem. All that's gonna do is exacerbate things. It's saber rattling, dick waving, whatever kind of. It's these stupid, childish battles that the people in power are having over really stupid shit. I'm embracing my Gen X right now, Jerry. I'm like, most of us in Gen X have zero fucks left.
I have no fucks left to give.
And but a lot of us tend to be more reserved in how we express the non fucks that we have. And pardon my French, but once in a while, just gotta swear.
So somebody on Twitter shared with our Chicago Corner account. We still have no answers to this, Chicago. Who's the Garda World student? Did you post this? Who's the Garda World student?
Oh, that was me.
That was you. Okay. So someone reposted it. I'm not seeing the original post. So Ed shared, and as we close out the story, we still have no answer to this. Hashtag Chicago. Who's the Garda World stooge that brought the tents plant to Chicago's mayor? I guess that's a developing story, Ed.
It was 3 Libras Magdalena retweeted that. And this was my tweet over on RDD Pizza. Because I have been replying to Anthony Moser, who actually is a good activist himself. I believe I forget Anthony Moser he was one of the organizers for N4EJ. And so he's been on top of this stuff. He's also been dealing with a lot of the city data portals, the technology that the city puts out there, and he has been making it a little easier to access for the public to see what kind of data is available to find out what kind of city stuff is going on. So he's a good guy to follow over on Twitter. And so he found that they were paying $29 million, and then he pulled up the contract, which if you go to his Twitter thing, he has a link to the actual Google Doc that has the city contract with the signatures. And you don't know who the hell signed it. You can't read that chicken scratch. But again, I'm asking, who the hell is the stooge that brought the tents plan to Chicago's mayor? I want an answer. I want to know. We need heads to roll here. Metaphorically, possibly.
The mayor needs to be accountable.
Reality.
He can't avoid. His office cannot avoid that, answering that question the way Laura. And if he does continue to avoid it, and if more journalists are asking that question, he continues to avoid it, then I'm sorry, we're in Lori Lightfoot territory.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that the buck doesn't stop with Brandon Johnson here. It does. But I am saying if he's taking advice from people who are acting in bad faith or not working toward the positive ends to, or means to an end, or whatever. I don't know what the hell my brain is saying right now. If he's got somebody who's giving him bad advice, is what I'm saying, then we need to know who that is so we can shame the hell out of him and perhaps make them send them packing. We sent Arwitty packing. Who's next?
Kathy shares over on Rumble. You know where Paul Vallis would have done. He would have housed them in Palos Heights.
No, he wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't, because he'd be shuttling in from Palos Heights, keeping his bachelor pad in Bridgeport, pretending he lives in the city. Kathy also shared Chicago. We have so many folks who need good, stable jobs. How about hiring community members as city workers for the common good? They are our new residents, the migrants. And she also says to our question, who? Got to be JB.
Yeah, JB or one of his people.
I was going on to social media to find more information, and I hit the wrong social media account. But I've only got an hour and 14 minutes left to my block, Ed, before I can go be a nuisance on Twitter again.
Okay, so are we gonna have like a celebration party or something when you get your Twitter account back?
No, that's not necessary.
I need a beverage refill, so.
All right, let's I'll wait for your return. All right. So it's just you and me, everybody, while Ed goes and refills his beverage. Let's go into our fun video library and talk about how or share some of our favorite video drop-ins that we'll probably end up getting a copyright strike for. But you know what? It doesn't matter anymore, because we're not going to be broadcasting on YouTube anymore. Let's talk about politicians.
I tell you, we got a club, right? Republicans, Democrats, what's the difference? You know, your guys, my guys, our guys, us guys. It's a club, so why don't we just have a drink? You? No?
I love that movie. You got to put it on your watch list, everybody. Bulworth with Warren Beatty. Welcome back, Ed.
Yeah, I couldn't breathe, and my brain was short circuiting. I needed sugar and caffeine, and I'm feeling much better.
Well, I did too, and I'm tapped out with my cocktails. So.
Oh. Okay, well, if you need to raid my bar, Jerry, I'm not doing a whole lot of drinking these days anymore. I'm happy to lend some.
I'll buy some.
I mean, courage to you.
I don't need the courage. I just need the numbing. The numbing. What do you want to call it? The numbing. The soothing, numbing effects.
Yes.
Coke left, but anyway. Hey, Oreo. All right, so Larry Snelling in the news, and we have a YouTube link.
Is?
Yeah, regarding
regarding
he's closer to approval despite his past controversies. Here's
what the hell they're taking? Why they're taking so long?
Yeah. Oh, you know what we ought to do? Hold on. Before you run it, before we bring this video up.
I look at this town, and I don't like what I see anymore.
Ba, 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 ba.
All right, we got some video from WGN News. I believe it's WGN regarding Larry Snelling. I'm sorry, CBS. Thank you. Regarding Larry Snelling's vetting with City Council.
Douglas' next police superintendent is one step closer to securing the job. A city council committee just voted to move that process forward. Before he was on the hot seat for questioning, he was greeted by a round of applause. Snelling joined the department back in 1992 as a patrol officer in Englewood and then a sergeant in Morgan Park. After a nationwide search and input from the community and a civilian board, Mayor Johnson recommended him for the job. Before their vote, the City Council Committee on Police and Fire spent hours asking him about his plans for public safety, retaining and recruiting officers, and department reform.
And young people who once said, I want to be the police, don't feel that way now. And so how are we going to fix those relationships?
When people say, I don't trust the police and I don't want to be a part of it, you tell me where you can go in this country and not find problems. Mm-hmm. If we're going to get ahead of this, if we're going to get better, then we have to be a part of the solution.
Now that Snelling has passed through this committee, there will be a full council vote next Wednesday. Snelling would then be officially sworn in.
All right, so let's talk about that controversy as shared by Southside Weekly. I heard that there wasn't much questioning about this. And as much as I'm all for believing and embracing that people can change, and he seems sincere, but a lot of people do. And, you know, unfortunately, my willingness to, like, you know, give people benefit of the doubt is more than often actually been a liability to myself. Southside Weekly reports Larry Snelling garnered multiple use of force complaints in the 1990s. The mayor's pick to lead CPD was accused of slapping and punching young men when he was a patrol officer on the South Side. This doesn't even speak to the other story we reported on previously, where they were trying to intimidate a guy into I think it was planting a gun so that they could recover the gun and like earn some kind of a bonus off of, I guess their quotas as cops. Got all the details of that, but that was another controversy he was involved in previously.
What the deal is that they try to get untraceable guns so that they can use them later to plant in places so that they can create false crime scenes or add to charges by saying that they recovered a gun in a place where they were, you know, doing some kind of bust. So
I'm going to say this. The story is going to talk about things Larry Snelling engaged in the 1990s. Has he changed? Perhaps. My question is, how was he allowed to stay a cop after these allegations from the 1990s? So we wouldn't be discussing this now. Because in my mind, these complaints should have led to his dismissal. This comes from Max Blaisdell at Southside Weekly. As a beat cop in Englewood and Morgan Park in the 1990s, Larry Snelling was the subject of 8 excessive force complaints, 2 of which resulted in suspensions. So maybe he's changed, Ed, but like, how was he allowed to get to this point after 2 suspensions? Some of the well, I guess that's the fraternal order of police for you, right? Some of the allegations describe Snelling slapping or punching people as young as 14 in the head, while other detail verbal abuse. The allegations describe behavior that, if true, violated long-standing departmental rules that prohibit all brutality and physical or verbal maltreatment of any citizen while on or off duty. Snelling is Mayor Brandon Johnson's nominee to be the next superintendent of the Chicago Police Department. He was shortlisted by the Community Commission on Public Safety and Accountability after a nationwide search and has been described as a candidate who is respected by the... Here's why. Probably for those allegations and suspensions from the 1990s. He's a candidate who is respected by the rank and file in the department. I wonder why. Because he's still serving despite all of those suspensions and grotesque lapses of duty on the job. Snelling spent much of the last 2 decades training cops in the department's use of force policy at the police academy. Johnson specifically cited Snelling's expertise when he announced his pick on August 14th, adding that he was confident Snelling would implement constitutionally driven reforms like those governing the use of force. You know what I think, Ed? Of the 3 candidates that were on the roster, the one guy both of us disagreed just was completely not qualified because he was also from out of state. The guy I think you and I both liked had a lot to do with police reform, and Snelling was the guy in the middle who had all this counterterrorism experience and
yeah.
Okay, and both of you were just like, so basically Johnson compromised to satisfy the rank and file that respect this guy, because clearly he beat any responsibility or accountability to which he shouldn't have climbed the ladder in the Chicago Police Department after 2 suspensions. That's my opinion, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think it was a second. I don't know what the decision-making process was there, other than, maybe, I mean, it could have been something as simple as Brandon Johnson wanted a black officer to lead the department.
Yeah.
And, out of the choices he had, he went with the guy who the police weren't going to object to.
The other guy was Hispanic, though. So he was a quote-unquote person of color if this was all about identity politics. Plus, I think...
He probably was would have been a better choice, yeah.
Yeah, as far as reforms go. But the police department don't want no reform, dude. They don't want no reform. They want someone who is... Go ahead.
Did you? I don't know if you had that in the show notes. Did you hear that there's like 27 officers from Illinois are moving to Florida? Yeah. Bye. See you.
Good riddance. Good riddance. Go. Leave. They don't want you here. They want to go to Florida because they know that they're gonna be less accountable and be able to engage in far more civil rights abuses than they would possibly be accountable for here in Chicago under the consent decree.
Yeah.
That's
or they'll
unfortunately
be
still too slow in being enforced.
Or they're getting hired to do security for Ken Griffin.
Yeah, that fuck. Slimy fuck. All right. Sorry, you don't like the profanity, go somewhere else. Under CPD's current use of force policy, officers can use force only when it is, quote unquote, objectively reasonable, necessary, and proportional. Proportionality means that the amount of force an officer uses should have a direct relation to the actions, behaviors, and level of threat exhibited by a person. Officers generally aren't allowed to strike people who are handcuffed or otherwise restrained. The current policy also requires officers to use de-escalation techniques whenever possible to avoid resorting to force at all. Yeah, de-escalation. That's a big phrase that ought to be engaged in more.
So in other words, 16 shots you're saying is excessive?
One shot was excessive to some guy roaming around the streets in a drug-induced haze waving a knife with, what was it, 12, 15 officers surrounding him at more than arm's length. And here we go. That policy was updated in 2017 after the 2015, I'm glad they identify it as a murder, of Laquan McDonald by then officer Jason Van Dyke sparked a comprehensive investigation into the Department of Justice. The DOJ identified serious flaws in both CPT's use of force policy and the training officers were getting at the police academy where Snelling worked. The court ordered a consent decree that came out of the Department of Justice's findings in 2019 includes pages of provisions specific to the use of force policy. Snelling has also been called to testify more than 24 times as an expert witness on the use of force in cases where officers have been accused of unjustified levels of force. In 2015, he was a witness in the federal trial of Aldo Brown, a CPD officer who was convicted of using excessive force for the brutal beating of a convenience store clerk, and in 2018, he testified in the murder trial of Van Dyke for the killing of McDonald. The Weekly reported last week that in 2015, Snelling defended the conduct of Glenn Evans, an officer notorious for his brutality. Do we understand why he's respected by the rank and file of the Chicago Police Department, Ed?
Because he's one of them.
An officer notorious for his brutality, who was accused of using pain compliance on a mentally ill woman. Bravo, Mayor Johnson. Bravo. Both the Independent Police Review Authority and then Superintendent Eddie Johnson recommended Evans to be disciplined in that case. In all, look, I guess Johnson can't win one way or the other. It's sad. It's disappointing to see that he's got a cave to satisfy the police department, to which we don't even have the consent decree completely in force against. That he's got to, he's got to compromise and appoint this guy because he knows it's going to make the police department happy, when he's clearly been a part of the problem for how many decades. And still they're gonna demonize him, man. That's the funny thing. It's like, Mayor Johnson, if you think this is going to prevent the police department from continuing to demonize you and continue to engage in the defamatory and slanderous and bigoted and prejudiced attacks on you, this ain't going to do it. They're still going to continue on that. You've just basically showed your weakness. That's what you've done. You've showed that instead of deciding to go with the guy who we felt was more reform-oriented, that the cops might not have liked, that might actually bring in some real serious reform along with the consent decree, you've basically decided to compromise and bring this guy in who's just as, from what I'm reading here, as bad as officers that are continuing the problems we're reporting on all the time that give good officers a bad name. He defended the conduct of an officer notorious for their brutality who was accused of using pain compliance on a mentally ill woman. Both the Independent Police Review Authority and then Superintendent Eddie Johnson recommended Evans be disciplined in that case, the guy that Snelling supported. In all, Snelling received 9 excessive force complaints between 1993 and 2000, 8 of which occurred within a roughly 3-year period. For comparison, during a 5-year period between 2015 and 2020, about half of all officers garnered 0 complaints at all, and only 6% had more than 3 complaints in that time period, according to internal audits the Weekly published in 2021. And none of this was brought up at the hearings, or reported on, at least. I haven't seen the full video, but
there were complaints on social media today about that. I was like, look, you guys are talking to him. Nobody's bringing this stuff up. Nobody's asking him about this. At least let him speak to the situation so that if he's going to have a different opinion, or if he's going to have, be remorseful or say that he's working on reforms or whatever excuse or response he has, let's hear the response.
Hey, progressive alder people, you can be on the side of Mayor Brandon Johnson and still ask the hard questions of Larry Snelling. Yeah. Because you know what, Ed? That's what this is about. The progressives in city council are now showing that we're not going to ask him the hard questions because Mayor Johnson appointed him. Business as usual. We're not going to rock the boat.
You don't protect the mayor by covering up for him. You protect him by being transparent and open in the processes you do in running the city, because we did that crap for the last several mayors, and look where it's gotten us.
This is a bad.
This was supposed to be different this time. So yeah, we're mildly irritated by how things are going right now.
Snelling was sworn in as a CPD officer in January of 1992 at the age of 23. For the next 6 years, he was assigned to the 7th District, covering Englewood, the neighborhood where he grew up. The detailed investigative reports obtained by the weekly show a striking pattern of physical violence and verbal abuse allegedly committed by Snelling during his early years with the department. Which, again, if he was suspended twice, why are we talking about him now as the mayor's recommended candidate for top cop? He should have been gone. Last month, the Tribune reported that in 1994, the Office of Professional Standards filed a complaint that Snelling slapped a person under arrest twice across the face was sustained. The complainant also alleged that Snelling called him a motherfucker while he was being transported between police stations for a mugshot. Okay, look, we all use foul. I'd say the slap was actually the more egregious offense here, but okay.
Sure. Oh, the question is what precipitated him calling the guy a motherfucker?
Right. And I'm wondering what the person under arrest did to warrant the arrest. You know, this guy could have been a violent.
I mean, it's not like he authorized another $24-some billion to go to Ukraine. That would elicit that kind of response from me. In fact, it has.
Records obtained by the weekly. We haven't even made time to talk about the Ukraine. Our heads would completely explode if we go into that.
This just in, Joe Biden decides to go completely against Congress and to just give Ukraine a whole shitload of money just because Zippy McUkraine face is going on a grifting tour. Yeah, I said, motherfucker.
I wonder if Zelensky and his son Hunter share in coke parties together.
They're giving this guy another several $1 billion. I can barely pay my mortgage. We got a lockdown. We got $1,400. It was supposed to be $2,000. And this,
we don't matter.
And then all this money, all these weapons, all these resources going out the door, out of the country.
And a lot of people are also speculating that, you know, whether it's you know, it's good or bad, the reason that the Democrats are allowing so much of this rampant migration, illegal, or unauthorized migration, is because the more that they support that or allow it, they're creating more voters for themselves. So that's also, you know, the fact that he just approved the Venezuelan migrants coming through, not all of them, just a certain amount. I mean, glad he did, but I think that as we're seeing all the aid that's going towards migrants and the open borders, as opposed to like dealing with our problems here while we're also spending money in Ukraine, clearly shows Americans who are paying the tax burdens and suffering, we're not a priority. We're just their piggy bank for global imperialist policy, whether it's Ukraine, and you know, paying for services to help migrants while ignoring our own most vulnerable people and our homeless populations across the country.
And the most annoying part for me is that even if they wanted to keep throwing money at the military-industrial complex, that doesn't stop them from helping people at home.
That's right.
They're just choosing not to. It's not like they're sending an invoice out for all of us to pay for those rockets and bombs and all those piles of cash that are going out the door to Ukraine. It's federal dollars. It's just public money. In the sense that because we're Americans and we pay into a system, it doesn't mean that the money we're paying into that system is the money that's going out. They're two separate functions. Federal spending and then taxation. Okay. We pay taxes because it gives money value in a way. Okay. it's not funding anything. So when the government decides they want to do federal spending, they want to send money to the military budget. They want to send money into a federal program that they expanded or that they're funding, like SNAP for food benefits, food stamps. That's not stuff that's coming directly out of your pockets, okay? It is federal dollars. They find something they want to spend money on, they create the dollars for it. So if they wanted to, they could give people all the food benefits that they needed in order to survive. They could send people monthly relief checks without, well, maybe not like huge checks, but they could send monthly relief checks they could have during the lockdown, and they could still now to anybody who needs them in order to make ends meet right now because everything's too damn expensive. Now, would there be eventually an inflationary component to that if there's too many dollars chasing too few resources? Yes, but that's not what's causing inflation right now.
And speaking of taxes, I had found this really relevant meme that I shared on my Facebook. I'm not going to bring it up, but I can quote it easily. The biggest scam in life: paying taxes on the money you make, taxes on money you spend, and taxes on things you own that you already paid taxes on with already taxed money.
Yeah, we're taxed to death in Illinois. It's bad.
So back to Snelling. Let me bring this back up. Last month, the Tribune reported that in '94, the Office of Professional Standards found a complaint that Snelling slapped. Okay, we went into it. He called the guy an MFer. Records obtained by the Weekly revealed that the person was in handcuffs when Snelling slapped him, and that when he advised another person that they didn't have to answer officers' questions, Snelling told him to shut up. OPS gave Snelling a 2-day suspension. About 7 months later, in February of 1995, Snelling was accused of using excessive force by two 14-year-old black boys, according to records obtained by the Weekly. One alleged that Snelling grabbed him by the back of the hair and slammed him face down on the concrete, kicked him in the head, slapped him on the face while he was inside the squad car, and told him to shut the fuck up and to, quote, "Shut up, bitch. Your mother sucks dick and eats pee," while he was in custody and waiting for his mother to pick him up. I can't say the P word very easily. I got to really be pushed into
that's
going. It's just, I just
see. We need a little button that bleeps.
Yeah,
when we want to.
Although I've been using the C word a lot lately when I'm describing people that are C's.
Yeah,
mostly male. I don't like that word either. I hate that word. But when I drop it, I've been triggered to the degree where it's like there's no other word that pops into my head that describes how horrible the actions are of the person I'm using the C word against. So, it's usually
more,
men.
It's more abrasive of a word in the United States than it is in other countries, like in the UK, where they use it all the time.
And you know where I learned it? The Boys.
Oh, okay.
Bill the Butcher, the character that's played by what's his name? He played Dr. McCoy in the Star Trek reboot. Carl Urban.
Yeah,
Carl Urban. He drops the C word so eloquently that it's like, well, shit, if he can say it the way he says it when he says it.
Yeah, see, no, you're not Carl Urban, Jerry.
Oh, thanks a lot. I don't have his charm. Okay,
no, you're not British, or whatever he is, but it's a different culture that uses that word in a very loose way, and I'm just never comfortable using it.
I've never been comfortable with it, but I have found myself triggered to use it because nothing else in my vernacular represents my outrage against someone who's earned it in my mind. Anyway.
Yeah, but I am happy to say see you next Tuesday, just to remind you all to join us on Tuesday evening for the Taco Tuesday edition of Chicago Corner.
Yeah. OPS opened an investigation after the mother of the two boys complained multiple witnesses, including the boys themselves and one of their sisters, made consistent signed statements alleging rough treatment of the boys by Snelling during the arrest. One of the boys' injuries were serious enough that he sought medical treatment from Jackson Park Hospital. In the course of their investigation, OPS requested and obtained those medical records for review. Now, let me tell you, Ed, there's no fucking way that Johnson's staff that vetted Larry Snelling didn't see this shit in his jacket. Okay? No way. No way. When Rahm Emanuel claimed he didn't know anything about the Laquan McDonald shooting, that he covered it up before his re-election, I guarantee you it was on his desk the next morning after Laquan McDonald was shot. What happened for him to jump into damage control and cover it up? So this stuff about Larry Snelling, I'm sorry. If the mayor didn't know about this stuff before he decided to present him, then he's grossly malfeasant in his responsibilities of finding a candidate that is that represents the standards we imagine should be attributed to the Chicago Police Department.
And I should also mention that, these choices, he was one of the choices presented to the mayor that was whittled down from 50 candidates.
Yeah.
So I gotta ask, okay, why didn't any of these people who were evaluating the candidates pick up on this and eliminate him early?
Nobody in city council, none of the progressive alder people that have been elected asked them about any of this. And you're going to tell me they don't know about it? They don't read Southside Weekly? Come on. Despite the witness statements and the boy's medical records documenting his injuries, OPS marked the allegations as not sustained and promptly closed the investigation. In his conclusion, the investigator wrote in justifying the closure, it would seem that if he had been physically abused, as he so alleged, he certainly would have sustained injuries of a more serious nature. Now we know why CPD is all about Larry Snelling. He's one of their own, Ed, like you said. 4 months after that, Snelling was accused of brandishing a gun at another driver while off duty in another complaint first reported by the Tribune. What was not reported by the Tribune, however, was that there were several other passengers in the complainant's vehicle at the time, all of whom alleged that when Snelling pointed the gun at them, his finger was directly on the trigger. Now, was it? Wasn't it? We don't know for sure, but that's the allegation, okay? And they still have the record of him pointing the gun off duty at another driver, okay? They also allege that he threatened them to get out of his hood, when the driver of the vehicle told Snelling that they were minding their own business and that he should do the same. Snelling responded, "Motherfucker, we will see about your business." Snelling admitted having a gun, but denied pulling it from his waistband. He also denied cursing out the other driver, but because the witness accounts were consistent in identifying the type of gun Snelling pointed at them and about his threats, and perhaps because the other driver was an employee of the Cook County Sheriff's Office, OPS sustained the complaint against Snelling. Isn't it interesting? If you're with the Cook County Sheriff's Office, they'll sustain the complaint. But if you're the parent of one of these kids who is assaulted by Snelling, OPS will say it would seem that if he had been physically abused as so alleged, he certainly would have sustained injuries of a more serious nature. And there's the principles that I was screaming about at the beginning of the show. All this shit is about principle, man. How rules for thee, not for me. Okay. We can abuse you. We can ticket you. We can pick your pocket. We can steal your money. We can take you off social media for reasons that have no warrant. But if you're Larry Snelling or the police department, or you're some bigwig in mainstream media, or you're a hedge fund that can rob people, I'm putting all those at the top against those of us at the bottom here. There's no accountability. You have to stand for your principles and fight these motherfuckers.
I have a little cop story from today. It's not related to Snelling exactly, but it is related to the weird sense of authority or like importance or prestige or whatever that they feel they have. I'm driving home during my commute on my way home from work, okay, and I'm on a street, and there is a police car coming up from behind. I hear the sirens first, and the lights are all flashing, and it's rush hour, so I'm assuming, okay, he's either in a hurry to get somewhere, or he's abusing the system with his sirens and lights just so he can jump through traffic, and because he's a cop and he's better than everybody, and he shouldn't have to wait for pesky traffic lights, right?
Like the rest of us.
And I'm like, but as a responsible driver that I am, I give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, you hear sirens and lights. What are you supposed to do, people? You get to the right and you slow down and stop and let them pass. You make room for them, right? So I get to the right lane, I slow down, I stop, he passes, and the cop gets into the left lane and he gets behind this FedEx truck. And the FedEx truck wasn't doing anything wrong. He was stuck in the left lane behind a couple cars that were stuck at a red light. So this truck ain't going anywhere. But the cop, he's got his lights flashing, his sirens blaring, he's leaning on his horn, he's right behind the FedEx truck, wanting him to get out of the way. Hey, dumbass, he can't go anywhere. Where's he gonna go? Meanwhile, the center lane wide open. He could have gone around him if he had some place to be. And clearly we learned that he didn't have any place to be, because once the truck finally did get going, what does the cop do? He gets out of his car, starts walking towards the truck and tries to get the guy to stop. And then, well, the truck driver probably has his window up and didn't hear him and didn't realize that there's a flash, because he's outside of his blind spot if his car's right behind the truck, right? So then what does the cop do? He keeps the sirens and lights going, and he follows the truck until the truck driver finally realizes that he's the guy that he wants to pull over. The truck cuts over 2 lanes to the right and finally pulls over. Meanwhile, the cop, like, obviously he's having some kind of field day with needing to just be right about the fact that only he's allowed to have the authority to go through traffic lights and do stuff, and everybody needs to move the hell out of his way. He clearly wasn't in a hurry to get anywhere, or he would have found a way around and just then blew past the truck without even worrying about it. But instead, he wants to make an example out of this guy.
So he pulled over the FedEx truck because the FedEx truck was too slow in making the turn and decided to get out of the car and harass the FedEx driver.
Well, either too slow or just didn't get out of the way. But the point being, the FedEx truck had nowhere to go. He had a couple cars
and he had a clearance. Yeah. So he's a bully. There's a bully with a badge and a gun.
Yes.
That's what it was.
And I was like, okay, I'm like, clearly this guy, he wasn't in a hurry to get anywhere, or he wouldn't have hassled this FedEx truck driver. He would have just got on his way. And
if he had someone to be with his lights running through a red. Yep, exactly.
So which confirms to me that he's just using his status, abusing his status to just get through traffic during rush hour, which is a huge no-no.
And as Kathy says, they can even ticket you in your handicapped spot, even though that wasn't a cop. That was one of their, I like to call them all meter maids, even if they're male gender or revenue collectors. But yeah, it's the abuse of authority. Oh, I went to the alderwoman's office today too, real quickly. Mm-hmm. I really was thinking, do I need to bother the alderwoman about this after I'd gone to the Chicago?
Silverstein?
Yeah, Silverstein. But I'm like, no, I'm going to go, because they completely ghosted me when I was asking them if they could provide any kind of documentation that my street was petitioned to cause all these problems for me with that ticket. And, and also, Sarah, I'm not a crank. Do you see the ordinance here? Okay, the ordinance says I'm disabled and I don't have to pay an extra fee for a sticker. So why is it I'm being charged $50 to have the zone put on my sticker? So they said, well, we'll call Department of Finance and see if we can get that fee waived so we can get you the sticker with the zone on it without you paying the $50. And I said, that's fine. But you know what? The city clerk's office doesn't have on its form reminding us of our city sticker expirations that if you're disabled, they would waive the fee. There's nothing on either side of it. So I said to the alderwoman's office, I appreciate you're going to do that to get the fee waived, because I still have to fight this fucking $75 ticket that I shouldn't have gotten, just out of courtesy, if they even knew the law, and that, I'm already the residential spot assigned to me, blah, blah, blah. I went through that previously. But I said, how many disabled people have been paying the extra $50 for their city stickers because they've been residentially permit zoned, that don't realize that ordinance says you shouldn't have to pay any extra fee for a residential parking sticker, blank stares. And I'm like, well, that's what I'm going to be talking with Department of Finance or an attorney to see if maybe there's some grounds to sue the city for the fact that they've been collecting $50 fees from disabled people who renew their permits, not knowing that that fee should be waived because it's not on Anna Valencia's notices to renew your city sticker.
Yeah, and sometimes the bureaucracy is the purpose. They create these situations so that the city gets extra money that they may or may not qualify to actually have.
And I'm thinking, Ed, so One of the things I learned, though, when I looked at the ordinance, it says that as a disabled person, I don't have to pay for the fee for the sticker. It doesn't mean that I'm not supposed to have a permit sticker. It means I'm not supposed to pay extra for it. So I do have to have the sticker with the permit number on it, but they're not supposed to charge me. So then I thought to myself, well, that's okay. There's still grounds for a class action lawsuit here as a disabled person, because not just for myself, who was forced into finding out that I could get this waived, on behalf of every disabled resident in the city of Chicago who's paid the extra $50 because they have to have the zone on their city sticker, they've actually been overcharged. And that's what I think the heart of a lawsuit against the Department of Finance and the city clerk's office would be exposing. That there's no, as you just said, they just rely on the red tape. That people don't realize there's an exemption in the ordinance that says if you're disabled and you've got the residential permit or a state placard, you shouldn't have to pay if you live in that neighborhood. Anyway. Okay,
I'm wondering, Jerry, if it's over the line for me to do this.
No.
Too much?
No, I like it. As we wrap up the litany of complaints against Larry Snelling and Johnson advocating for him. Snelling was issued a 5-day suspension, even though threatening to harm someone while brandishing a gun is a misdemeanor that can land someone in prison for up to 1 year. So they issued a 5-day suspension because the Cook County Sheriff's Office people were the ones who complained about him, but he only got a 5-day suspension, although it can land someone else in prison for up to a year. All right, a year later, Snelling was again investigated. I mean, look, when we reported on the complaints about them planting the gun or asking that suspect to give them a gun so that they could use it later, I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's it. You know, he was part of a group of 5 people. This goes into everything that's just Snelling. Snelling exclusive. A year later, Snelling was again investigated for allegations of excessive force. A young man alleged that Snelling struck him with his fist 4 times on the head during an arrest. One of the other, he's certainly got an anger management issue, I would say.
Yes.
One of the other officers on the scene, Robert Hale, noted that the young man was not resisting arrest. One of the other officers said he wasn't resisting arrest, but Snelling struck him 4 times on the head with his fist. In the officer's arrest report citing the young man for disorderly conduct, they made no note of him fighting with them or hitting back, only that he had yelled and cursed at them. The young man also complained that while inside a room at the 7th District Police Station, Officer Snelling slapped him once on the face, resulting in a small cut on his left eye. Snelling did not deny using force, only stating that it was necessary force. He denied punching the young man in the head or slapping him at the station. Investigators found the complaint not sustained because of the lack of physical evidence and independent eyewitness accounts of the incidents that could prove or disprove them. Okay, so this article goes, I'm halfway through the article. I'm not going to go through the rest of it. I think we've made our case.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
First, like you said, I mean, we heard about the first thing where he was with a group of guys that were trying to get people to give them, guns and stuff. But this story from the Southside Weekly, holy crap.
Actually, although I'm halfway through the page, there's ads at the bottom, so I'm actually 3 paragraphs away from the end. So let me wrap this with a nice big blue bow. After racking up 17 complaints in his first 6 years in the department, Snelling took a leave of absence from 1998 to 2000 to work as a regional security director for AT&T.
Okay.
So he hightailed it out of there while the heat was on.
Yeah. Did AT&T have anger management courses, perhaps? We hope.
After rejoining CPD in 2000, he was assigned to the Education and Training Division as a police instructor and not to a district station where he'd be patrolling the streets. I don't know if that was a positive or a negative, because putting him back on the streets means he's going to assault more suspects. Yeah. Putting him in the training division as a police instructor is just going to broaden his reach, training cops that everything's up for grabs. Do what the fuck you want.
Can I do a reenactment of day one at his Education and Training Division?
Sure.
Welcome to the Education and Training Division of the Chicago Police. I am training officer Chuck Farva, and first lesson here. All that stuff that you did as an officer, Don't freaking do that. That's the end of lesson 1 for this course. Thank you.
I don't think that I think Snelling would say, just keep doing it. All right.
Or we don't talk about that stuff here anymore.
Over the rest of his career, he's received 3 additional complaints, including 1 use of force complaint in 2000. That was for allegedly getting into a fist fight with a drunk person who'd bumped into Snelling's parked car. And that was the only complaint that investigators determined that the allegations against Snelling were unfounded and exonerated him for, meaning there was evidence that one of the allegations wasn't based on facts or did not occur, and for the other that he acted in accordance with police policy. The other finalist for superintendent from within the department, here he is, the guy we liked, Angel Navales, has a single excessive force complaint made against him in his 21-year career on the force. One, according to the Citizens Police Data Project. And just 6 complaints overall. You shouldn't have any, but I guess people can complain for something that's legit, or they can complain just to try to smear them. But semifinal, I don't think that what we just reported regarding Snelling, I don't think that's a litany of smears. Okay, I think where there's smoke, there's fire. Semifinalist Ernest Cato III, who did not make the CCPSA's shortlist, has 3 excessive force complaints, and neither was implicated in any kind of corruption sting as Snelling was in 1997. The CPD's press office did not respond to the weekly's questions about the allegations against Snelling. Before Snelling can assume the role of permanent superintendent of CPD, he will answer questions at a public forum held by the CCPSA on Thursday, September 7th. Well, that's passed. To submit questions or comments for Snelling, fill out this form. I wonder if anybody did in response to this report from Southside Weekly. Snelling will also appear before the city council for a hearing. The council will then vote on whether to confirm his nomination. Now, this article was from
the 6th.
September 6th. It's now September 22nd. Not one question. Not one question.
Oh, and also they were delaying his appointment and the meetings to have questions for him. So I don't know how many times they delayed it, or whether the meeting that they actually had scheduled here happened on the day they said it was going to happen. We'd have to check and see. But something tells me that they just kept delaying and delaying. And
Blowjob! Blowjob!
what did he say? You said blowjob, sir. Look, man, I don't know if Snelling turned over a new leaf, but this story is not making it sound like he's going to, but anything's possible.
What does that mean, Vince? Hinky.
Oh, strange.
Weird. Well, don't you say strange or weird? I mean, hinky, that has no meaning.
We say hinky.
Anything is possible.
Yep. So why don't you bring up the next tweet, Ed, as I prepare us for the next story?
Okay.
I would like to thank the great mayor of the city of Chicago, Mayor Emanuel, for help making this happen today.
Jesus Christ, I can't even log into my Twitter for another 28 minutes. I got to find the Chicago Corner link so that I can get in there and read from this tweet. I'll fuck Twitter. All right. Why don't you begin this for us? Yeah.
All right. This is from Miss Kelly M. Hayes, who we featured in one of her Substack articles in a previous episode of Chicago Corner. She was doing some good coverage of the migrant story in the city. But this tweet says, "This is what happens when you name a piece of shit with a bad attitude, who, as it happens, also covered up a murder, as an ambassador. This and worse." And she is quote retweeting NBC News from September 20th saying, President Biden's aides have asked that Rahm Emanuel, the U.S. ambassador to Japan, stop posting messages on social media taunting Chinese President Xi Jinping, according to administration officials.
I take responsibility for what happened because it happened on my watch.
And we are...
No, he didn't. He didn't take any responsibility for it.
He takes responsibility for his actions, and he doesn't care what you think about them.
Yeah. So Natalie Frank, PhD, reports on Newsbreak. I hope this isn't another AI-generated article. I don't think it's going to be, but it does go into some of the details that were also shared on Twitter. Former mayor of Chicago, look, it's like Rahm's trying to spark an international incident with China. As the diplomat, as our diplomat, our ambassador in China, he's back to the schoolyard bullying politics that he's used to here in the United States. You don't go pick a fucking fight with China while you're the ambassador of Japan, asshole.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's a dick move, but then
it's Rahm Emanuel. Everything is a dick move. Bold actions by U.S. Japanese Ambassador Rahm Emanuel leads to raised eyebrows amid diplomatic tensions. In a move that has sent shockwaves through diplomatic circles. Apparently, they didn't know Rahm Emanuel very well before he was assigned there, as much as we know him here in Chicago. The former Chicago mayor, now U.S. diplomat Rahm Emanuel's unconventional actions have sparked controversy and raised questions about the delicate state of U.S.-China relations. This incident has intensified ongoing diplomatic tensions and demands a closer look at the complexities of This is another AI-generated article, Ed. I can just tell from like the way it's composed. I'm sure
that now we're gonna hit these landmines every time we look for stories.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the way a human being would write something, but I don't think I'm speculating. All right. In a surprising breach of protocol. I mean, I read the first paragraph when I was compiling show notes, and I wanted to go to an alternative source instead of. We do have a Tribune editorial that I'll share, but I wanted to get to the heart of what he did. In a surprising breach of protocol, Emanuel used social media to voice his concerns, marking a rare instance of such direct and public criticism in the world of diplomacy. Apparently, no other diplomats do this, which is why it's so, it's eyebrow raising. The diplomat made headlines when he posted on Twitter, attacking the hashtag mystery in Beijing building. The comment posed speculation. Okay. The comment posed speculation about the recent absences of top ministers, including China's foreign minister and the head of the country's rocket force. The post also criticized the high rate of youth unemployment during President Xi Jinping's administration. What does any of this have to do with his position as ambassador to Japan? Emanuel's post read, President Xi's cabinet lineup is now resembling Agatha Christie's novel, And Then There Were None. This guy thinks he's going to be, it's like he's getting ready to run for president. This is the kind of raw meat you throw out when you want to establish political relevancy again. And it's completely unacceptable. He went on to say, first foreign minister Qin Gang goes missing, and then the rocket force commanders go missing, and now defense minister Li Shangfu hasn't been seen in public for 2 weeks. Who's going to win this unemployment race, China's youth or Xi's cabinet? Hey, asshole, what does this have to do with being ambassador of Japan?
Nothing.
Nothing. Yeah. You clearly don't know. What's the expression? Stay in your own lane. The incident has drawn swift responses from Chinese authorities who have condemned the diplomat's actions as a violation of diplomatic norms. Well, look, on the bright side, maybe it put Rahm on China's kill list. We can only hope.
I'm just wondering, maybe someone put him up to it. I mean, he was. Wasn't he Obama's chief of staff?
Yeah, and we know who's running the show in the Biden administration.
Yeah, there is a large suspicion by a lot of people that Barry phone call is actually shadow government running Joe Biden by remote control through his brain chip.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack.
Wait. Where am I? Where was I going? Am I supposed to exit now?
This controversy comes at a time when U.S.-China relations are already strained due to a range of issues, including trade disputes, human rights concerns, and territorial disputes. It could also risk damaging weeks of careful negotiations as the U.S. has worked to maintain ties with China. So Rahm's going rogue. The incident threatens to further complicate an already challenging diplomatic situation. According to Gabriel Wildow, managing director at the advisory from Tenel Holdings LLC, this kind of, quote, wolf warrior diplomacy from the U.S. side certainly does nothing to improve bilateral relations, but I doubt it will have a significant negative impact because Emmanuel has no formal authority over U.S. policy towards China. Maybe. Critics argue that while Emmanuel's intentions may have been to draw attention to what they perceived as Chinese missteps, his comment risks escalating tensions between China and the U.S. and could have serious consequences for diplomatic efforts between the two nations. As the situation unfolds, it remains to be seen how both governments will address this breach of protocol and whether it will have lasting repercussions on U.S.-China relations. Hey, fuckface, leave the incendiary comments to no names like us if we're going to post things on Twitter. As a representative of the United States of America, back off, because tensions are already high, and we don't need anything complicating things because you think it might show you as some tough guy in whatever your potential new goals are in politics.
Hello from Tokyo. I'm in my adopted city getting ready to welcome President Biden to the G7 summit in Hiroshima, Japan. Have no doubt, my heart is still in my hometown, Chicago. For Chicago, today is a day of transition and transformation. It's also a day of hope and history. From a past mayor to our new mayor, I want to congratulate Brendan Johnson on his accomplishments.
Mayor Emanuel represents all that is bad when it comes to public education and just privatization as a whole.
Well, as critical as we've been of Mayor Johnson earlier in the broadcast, I can agree with him on that. Going to some of our comments on Rumble, where I'm so glad to see we've got 14 people watching. Thank you, everybody on Rumble. And we will streamline things a little bit better in the hopes that we can start sharing the live chat from Rumble on screen, as we have been sharing the YouTube live chat here. But to the commentary, Kathy Powers shares, would YouTube eject Ambassador Fuckface? Yeah. Oh, that's very interesting. No, with not YouTube, Kathy, Twitter. Oh, my goodness. What did Rahm Emanuel just do? He's literally like inciting some kind of violence and escalating tensions between us and the United States. I don't see Twitter suspending Ambassador Rahm's account. Wouldn't that be a violation of their terms of service? Good point, Kathy. Kelly Hayes said it right. The U.S. wants to war with China, and Ambassador Fuckface is its tool. It's intentional. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that suspicion that he's been put up, and Rahm's got the kind of bravado that I don't know, I think emboldens him to be the jagoff that we all, know and despise from his service here as mayor of the city of Chicago. I don't know where Ed went. Maybe it was a bathroom break. But I was just about to get into our next story. So let me remove this one, and I will await Ed's return. Ugh, get off the screen, Rahm. Thank you. All right. So our next story comes from Block Club Chicago, which I found interesting, especially as we noted all the progressives that weren't posing the hard questions to Larry Snelling in City Council because he is Mayor Johnson's appointee. A lot of the new progressive alder people, this new wave of progressives in City Council, voted to give themselves raises in January. They all began service, when was it? 3 months ago, 4 months ago, I think. So this comes from Block Club Chicago, as reported by Quinn Myers and Mick Jumke. And we will have something here on screen when Ed returns from the block. Well, let me see if I can share this and open up a reading pane for myself elsewhere. So at least we have something besides my mug to look at as we go into the story. Stand by here. I'm going to share the screen. Hope I don't have any browser issues. Here we go. And the mayor is approving this also. What do we say? A little hinky. Let me open up the article here. Okay. Here's the story, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor and all but 2 city council members in line for raises in January. Alder people Byron Siccho Lopez and Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez were the only alder people to reject the raise, according to budget records obtained by Block Club. As Chicago faces a $500 million plus budget shortfall, Mayor Brandon Johnson and 48 alder people are poised to receive raises in 2024, though the mayor's office won't answer questions about it. The annual raises for the city elected officials, the mayor, city treasurer, city clerk, and all 50 alder people are tied to the Consumer Price Index. In 2024, that equates to a 2.24% increase. Ed has returned. Under a previously passed ordinance, the pay hikes will kick in automatically on January 1st unless elected officials opt out by notifying the city's budget office. Johnson's office did not answer questions about whether he would accept the raise, but he did not submit paperwork declining it, according to records obtained by Block Club. By not opting out of the pay hike, Johnson would receive a raise of about $4,800 next year, which would bring his salary to $221,052. With raises, most members of the city council, including 12 freshman alder people who took office in May, are set to make $145,974 in 2024. Now, here's what strikes me about this, Ed. Good on alder people Byron Siccho Lopez and Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez for declining.
Mm-hmm.
But all those other freshman progressive alder people aren't declining. And, in line with why didn't they ask Snelling any questions, given the fact that Snelling is Mayor Johnson's appointee? I smell something bad here. I smell a rank and file support for not only the mayor's appointee, despite that litany of abuses we shared in our previous article from Southside, but what have they done to justify a raise after they all entered office in May? Wouldn't this be a show of, we just entered office, we haven't earned it. We can vote against it. We can decline it to show solidarity with the fact that we have to direct money and resources elsewhere. They're not doing it. What do you think, Ed?
I'm of two minds about this because on the one hand, they're already making 6 figures, so they should be declining it out of principle.
Especially those who just entered in May, just got elected in May, June, July, August, September, 4 months. They've served 4 months, and they think that they've earned a raise in January.
If this were a situation where alder people were paid a lot less, if they were paid something substandard to what an actual living wage and maybe a slight level above that just because they're a public servant, then I would say, sure, take a cost of living increase. But in this case, they're well above the cost of living, in my opinion, for a single person. So it makes me wonder what's going on in their heads. It makes me wonder where their responsibilities and where their standards are. Where do their loyalties lie regarding people in the city? And
Kathy report when the progressives took city council, the new wave, the party's over. The party's starting for them.
Yeah.
Look, I've said this before, and I don't care what anybody makes of it. I don't care. Too many progressives engage in identity politics.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of that with this wave of progressives going in. And I looked past it because I think progressive values mean we move forward, we embrace everyone, and we try to support everybody. But I also think identity politics have weaponized, hey, we're in control now, and we're going to decide, we're going to elevate ourselves as opposed to actually engage in the equity that we wanted for ourselves and our identities. I see too many woke identity politics people weaponizing wokeness and identity politics to elevate themselves, not actually make things equitable. And it's really kind of disgusting to me because it's not what woke ideology was ever about. It was about be awake and understand what's happening around you, be equitable and be fair. And those that were marginalized before who shouldn't have been, who are now in the positions of power, are using it to put their boots on the necks of other people below them. And that's not cool. That's not what it was ever about.
I was going to mention this, but I think Dr. Nick Riviera, who's joining us on YouTube right now, is basically hit the nail on the head. My suspicion, unfortunately, is his suspicion that they're local versions of AOC, by which I mean they come in with all these super progressive things, and sure, they probably are weaponizing identity politics because that's what people do in local government, especially in a blue city like Chicago. But then when they get in office, all of a sudden you keep hearing the identity politics and stuff, but you don't see any of the other things that they ran on. You don't see any of the policies that they were trying to drive other than lip service. And I don't want to see that happen in Chicago. I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm hoping there's enough members in city council that are not like that will push against that. But we will see, because like you said, a lot of them are still taking that pay raise.
Except for alder people, Byron Cicho Lopez and Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez. And I'm not going to be so cynical to think, well, they were able to decline because they knew they'd get it because everyone else wasn't declining. I think Byron Cicho Lopez and Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez actually are alder people of great integrity. Great integrity. But as Dr. Nick Riviera shares, ain't no progressives, ain't no conservatives in the unit party. There's only the party and the party members. That's it. Who's taking the raise? The article goes on to ask. The pay hikes.
By the way, Dr. Nick, if you're not already following us over on Rumble, we just started streaming over there. Head to rumble.com and search for Chicago Corner or Chicago Corner TV and follow us over there. Yeah. Because that's where we'll be streaming live going forward, along with Rockfin and Facebook and a couple other places, but not really for much longer on YouTube. In fact, I don't even think we're streaming on YouTube on Tuesday.
Starting Tuesday, we will have links and notifications for our YouTube followers who don't know we're moving to Rumble and Rockfin, with a link to our Rumble and Rockfin stream links. YouTube and Twitter are only going to be used from here on out to notify people where they can see us and when we're broadcasting, because we're done with YouTube. The demonetization of Russell Brand, which is just a harbinger of who else are they going to start demonetizing when someone hasn't been when charges haven't been filed and no crimes have actually been proven. And then my experience on Twitter with I was suspended today for nothing, and I got no customer service. Plus, we've been trying to stream to Twitter for the past 3 weeks on our Chicago Corner account. And apparently there's some kind of, glitches that aren't allowing it. And I don't have time.
Elon broke Twitter. Yeah. Let's just say it. Elon broke Twitter again. I'm also canceled our blue check on Twitter for Chicago Corner because I'm not paying them for not giving us the service that supposedly our blue check is supposed to support. Especially if you're paying for something, you should have live customer support. You should have a phone number. If you're paying somebody for a service or a subscription to a platform, he's got money to provide customer support. And if he doesn't, there's nothing we should be paying for here. And then don't get us started down that rabbit hole of all the other service providers that aren't providing proper support. But
Facebook is just as bad, but
yeah.
go ahead.
So, and then finally, just letting you all know, if you're looking for us, you can always find us at chicagocornertv.com. In fact, we are streaming live from there right now through the Rumble stream. So you can always find us there. So if you can't find us on the streaming platform you were previously watching, head to chicagocornertv.com and find out where we are.
Yes, Dr. Nick, you can check when the show is over, go earlier in the broadcast and you'll hear about my personal adventures on my personal Twitter account, not the Chicago Corner account, but the Twitter account. Actually, I kind of lead the show with it, but we talked about it after we got into Russell Brand also. And these mega monopolies deciding to tone police and deplatform and demonetize. Look, we've had a lot of problems on YouTube anyway with monetization and the fact that they give us pennies for all the time and work we put into the show. And while we appreciate the revenue from our Patreon supporters, I'm not disparaging that. It's about $30 a month, and that 20 of that gets eaten in our bank fees and operating costs. So when YouTube is making money off ad revenue that they're putting on your programs, and you're literally getting nothing for it, you're relying on people's tips that you have to wait to reach $100 threshold to cash out on. Fuck YouTube. We're done. And Russell Brand is what pushed me over the edge with that. And then what happened today on Twitter, I'm just like, we don't even make any money broadcasting on Twitter. Why are we live streaming?
No.
Let's just direct people to Rumble, Rockfin, and Facefuck for as long as that lasts, because Facefuck, as I like to call them, still gives us problems with improper copyright strikes for fair use that I still have to appeal all the time. It's just wasted time. Yeah, we should be getting live support in country, not an Indian call center. And let me speak to that really quickly, okay? There's nothing xenophobic about saying all these companies that hire overseas call centers because it's cheaper for the companies to do that. Sorry, I can't understand the accents of a lot of the people that I'm connected with. And that's not xenophobic or prejudiced or bigoted. There is a language barrier, whether it's Amazon or any call service. It's sometimes I have to ask the person on the other side, can you please just speak a little slower? And I don't talk about their accent. But the fact that U.S. companies don't want to pay United States citizens to provide call support when there's clearly a language barrier in being able to provide that customer support, that's not xenophobic, and it's not prejudiced, and it's not intolerant. It's just, it's cheap assholes here in the U.S. that don't want to hire Americans a fair living wage to provide understandable customer support if you're calling a call center.
Yeah, well, don't worry, Jerry, because AI will be changing all of that by creating artificial intelligence customer service operators that will put you into a never-ending loop of customer service.
Do you get this now, Ed? Literally, I am barraged all day long with junk calls. And I know it's a junk call because you hear the little Skype blip. Basically what it is, it's like they're calling hundreds of people and your phone rings, and when you happen to answer it, they're not there yet. The call is waiting for you to say hello, and then the blip denotes to the other side, or there's someone on the connection. And more often than less, you get a recorded, hello, I'm calling from so-and-so. And they talk conversationally. I'd like to ask you if you know anything about self-employed insurance plans. And I say, is this a fucking recorded message? And the call drops, because it is. Because they're using recorded AI to make it sound like you're actually talking to somebody live. And I finally figured it out. It's like, oh, this is clearly a recording. And when they're waiting for the response, oh, hi, tell me more or something. And then they'll keep playing the recording and leading into you into thinking you're talking to a live human being, and you're not.
No, sir. This is not a recorded message. Please stand by for more real customer service.
Well, I get a little bit saltier, Ed, and hope that someone who's listening on the other end ultimately hears what I have to say before I hang up. All right, so let's get back, though, to the article about city council and all of our freshman progressives that came in May that don't have a problem with this raise that they're going to be getting in January. The pay hikes often become a political issue as the city grapples with budget shortfalls. Johnson's budget team announced earlier this month the city faces a $538 million gap between expected revenues and expenses in 2024. Here we go again, Ed. It's literally like we're dealing with Lori Lightfoot's administration again. Johnson did not answer Block Club's questions about his potential salary boost. In a written statement, his office said he is working closely with older people to prepare the 2024 budget, which he's set to unveil in the coming weeks. That's great. But why can't you answer Block Club's questions in the meantime? Do you understand the optics that you're starting to look like Lori Lightfoot? And no, these are not tough questions, Mayor Johnson, because you're a black man. Sorry. That little race card you played 2 weeks ago, this is not a hard question, and it's not an unreasonable question. The statement suggested that the salaries of elected officials could still change before the budget is passed later this fall. So here's from the statement. Budget negotiations and decisions are an evolving process, and no aspect, large or small, including the salaries of elected officials, are definitive until the entire budget is balanced and finalized, the statement read. Details on which elected officials accepted or rejected salary increases will be provided when the mayor releases his recommendations next month. And all elements of compensation will be codified when the city council passes the final FY 2024 appropriation ordinance. If Johnson accepts the pay hike, it would be the first for Chicago's mayor since 2006. Former Mayor Lori Lightfoot last year successfully pushed a measure to the salary raises of the mayor, clerk, and treasurer salaries to inflation, which she defended at the same time as a cost of living increase.
To tie salary raises to the cost of living. Okay.
Yeah. Both City Clerk Anna Valencia, and Treasurer Melissa Conyers-Irvin are also slated to get raises because they didn't submit the paperwork to turn them down, records show.
Oops.
Their salaries would increase $164,628 in 2024. And you know what? City Clerk Anna Valencia, her office has still not, I guess, notified the Chicago Department of Finance that, where is it here? Hang on, everybody. Anna Valencia's office has still not informed the Department of Finance or her office that this form here about city sticker renewals should also let people who have disabled placards know that they're exempt from paying the extra $50 that they need to. I mean, I guess has she earned her raise that they have? There's not. You know what, Ed? Let me share something with you on this. Interestingly enough, you know what it says on here. To qualify for a senior discount, you must be 65 years or older on or before October 31st, 2023. Seniors are eligible for one discount per senior for a passenger or large passenger vehicle sticker with a valid Illinois driver's license or state ID. Unacceptable name changes will be returned via email, blah, blah, blah. And then they've got a notification for motorcycles and motorbikes receive a medallion, blah, blah, blah. Nothing on here in accordance with the ordinance I shared with you all about disabled Chicagoans do not have to pay an extra fee for any kind of residential permitting, which is now attached to city stickers. So,
well, I can tell you that
you're earning that raise.
I can tell you there's definitely a delay because they don't want to order new forms. Which means they would have to have someone modify, then they would have to have them send that back and have somebody go over and improve it. And I don't know if city council or some other department has to look at it first and run it up all of those different departments before they can say, yeah, okay, go ahead and print the new ones and then trash the giant warehouse full of old ones.
Dude, these are newly printed. And you know what? This shouldn't have even been with the new city clerk. This ordinance I mentioned goes as far back as when Wrigley Field first decided to introduce residential permit parking because of people in Wrigleyville who couldn't find parking because of Cubs games. Then it spread like a virus around the rest of the city so that the Department of Revenue can ticket you if you're not paying the extra $50 a month for the residential parking permit for the luxury of parking within your own neighborhood. Okay. So to your point, maybe, but this should have been done decades ago.
Oh, yeah.
That's to the ordinance. And you know what? Instead of giving themselves pay raises, they should maybe use the money that they defer from their pay raises to reprint these. So disabled Chicagoans aren't hit with an extra $50.
Any number of other things, but sure.
I've had it with all the gotcha Do you have this on your permit?
There's
No, gotcha. Go to a hearing. Do you have this? Gotcha. You got to pay this. It's like a fucking monopoly.
There are too many levels of incompetent in different city departments, and we gotta fix that. And I don't know who's gonna be going and fixing it if Brandon Johnson is just gonna let it run on autopilot. I mean, you can't stay in transitional administration mode forever.
Yeah,
Seems
like that's what he's doing. Yeah,
you're out of time, man. Get some people who actually want to make changes and want to get the things working and put them in place already.
He's in over his head. As much as I like the guy, he's in over his head. And I'm not claiming he's a Lori Lightfoot. Okay, Lori Lightfoot was a level of ego and hubris that I didn't think could ever surpass somebody like Rahm fuckface Emanuel, but she did. Okay, I don't think Johnson is like that, but I do think he's in over his head with this shit.
I wanted to, if you could give me a moment here, I wanted to bring up an interesting thing that I discovered. Remember, we were talking about AI, and I was using that ChatGPT thing.
Yeah.
Right. And I wasn't getting the type of answers that I wanted because they weren't letting that database talk to actual real information. But now we have search engines that are actually letting us do that now. And the one I'm using now to ask questions is Bing.com. And if you don't mind, I want to ask this thing related to what we're just talking about. Has Brandon Johnson appointed a city manager? Remember, we talked months, maybe years ago.
Yep. No, it's like
about how Chicago doesn't have one, and it would run a whole lot smoother if it did.
Didn't he talk about? Yeah. Didn't he talk about doing that?
If he did, it might have been brought up by people asking him if he was going to.
I seem to remember
maybe you did in an interview. Sorry.
No, I seem to remember us talking about this, that there was going to be a position for a manager. In the cobwebs in my brain, I remember we talked about this, and if I'm remembering correctly, there was supposed to be a city manager appointed. We talked about it before the election, and I think it was, I don't have a snapshot memory like that, but I do know we talked about this and the need for one. And Bing says no.
Yeah. Now, yes, Dr. Nick, I realize it's a Microsoft product, and we shouldn't necessarily trust everything that we look for in these types of corporate search engines. But I am asking an actual factual question about an activity that did or did not take place. And according to this, he has not appointed a city manager, and Chicago hasn't had one since. Who was the last one that we said it was? Was it Harold Washington, or was it maybe before that? There hadn't been a city manager in a while.
What I say last show, every misstep that Brandon Johnson makes, we should ask the question, what would Harold Washington do? WWHWD. WWHWD is what would Harold Washington do?
Maybe that would be a t-shirt that we need to add to the merch store.
I like that. So getting back to the article, talking about City Clerk Ana Valencia, who's clearly earned this raise in 2024 based on not updating those forms I shared. Each accepted a more than 20% raise in 2022, the first salary bump for those positions since 2005. A spokesperson for the treasurer's office declined to comment. A spokesperson for the clerk confirmed Valencia accepted the raise, saying in an email that the clerk's family, like many families in Chicago, is facing a rising cost of living. Really? With a fucking six-figure salary? You can't afford to live on the existing six-figure salary? Miss Valencia? I call bullshit.
Guess it depends on your mortgage and where you're living these days. Some of those bigger buildings in the city are, millions of dollars now, but still.
But we're all supposed to pull in our belts, Ed. We're all supposed to pay those increased property taxes, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Among
That's
those
killing
who
me,
will-
by the way.
It's killing everybody. Among those who will accept the raise are Alderman Walter Burnett Jr., the council's longest-serving member. Burnett told Block Club that he has taken every raise offered since he took office in 1995. Well, good on you, Alderman Burnett. I think I deserve a raise. I think I work hard, put in a lot of hours, he said, estimating that he usually works 14 to 16 hours a day. I'm at retirement age. Why wouldn't I take it? If I don't take it, my pension would be less. You know what, Alderman Burnett? Fucking retire. If you don't like it, get out. Go retire. Let somebody younger get in there. Wow, just listen to that. Listen to the fucking entitlement while they raise everybody else's taxes. And approve this thug for the new top cop while giving a guard company 29 point whatever $million to put up a tent city. This is fucking surreal, man. It's like, wow. 19 other veterans will accept the 2024 boost, but will take home less than $145,974, usually because they've turned down raises in the past. Wow. Alderman Gilbert Villegas of the 36 has the smallest paycheck in the council at $115,560. Records show he confirmed he will accept the 2024 raise, boosting his salary to $118,149. Shouldn't they all be earning what the maybe a little bit over what the federal standard for minimum wage is? Because that's fair for everybody else, isn't it?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be? Shouldn't they be earning what the federal government says is the standard of minimum wage? I would say more than, okay, because they're in public service. But what is, Ed, can you look up what the government claims is the median now standard for minimum wage or middle-class income here in the United States?
I think federal it's $7.25 an hour. In Chicago, I believe they just raised it to 15.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
it's
so
not enough.
And well, we know it's not enough, but what would that equate to annually? 30,000, 40,000?
Hold on a second. What is the annual rate for minimum wage? Hang on one moment, please.
Yep, we're waiting. Dr.
Assuming
Nick,
a full-time work schedule of 40 hours per week, the annual earnings for a full-time minimum wage worker would be approximately $15,080.
okay, so I'm going to be kind. Let's quadruple that. What's times 4?
Times 4 would be 45 grand.
That's what an older person should be earning.
That's
if
what
everyone else
anybody
is expected. Well, yeah, okay, right. Well, it's still, if what my point, Ed, is if that's what they expect people to live off as minimum wage, and they are public servants, this isn't a career. This shouldn't be a career. It's not supposed to be a career. It's public service. You choose to commit to public service to serve the public. Not enrich yourself with a fucking 6-figure salary every year and then give yourself another raise when the city's crying poor and raising property taxes on everybody else. Of all parties, conservatives, progressives, Democrats, all of them. 6 figures, they're fucking overpaid. And this asshole who, Burnett, I think I deserve a raise. I work hard. I put in a lot of hours. Well, you chose that as a public servant. You don't like it? Retire. Get out. Go see if you can make that 6-figure salary somewhere else with your skills. Motherfucker.
By the way, Kathy is over on our Rumble chat saying Burnett, who lost all those campaign funds. Yeah, that guy. Hey, what happened to those campaign funds? Oh.
The point is that as public servant, why are you leaving office as a millionaire?
Exactly.
Motherfuckers. Like I said, I have no fucks left to give with my language tonight. 19 other veterans will accept the 2024 boost, but will take home less than $145,974, usually because they've turned down raises in the past. Alderman Gilbert Villegas of the 36 has the smallest paycheck. Okay, I already said that. Sigcho Lopez said on Friday he declined the raise this year as a statement of solidarity with working Chicagoans who make far less than older people. Thank you. Alderman Sicho Lopez, I think that today, more than ever, we see the discrepancy, the disparities between CEOs that can make a salary in a day in a matter of hours while working people are struggling, the Pilsen alderman said. So we wanted to, one, don't fall for the distraction from the real issues, and two, express solidarity to working people. And of course, the city won't release the salary information until October. The city's Office of Budget Management this week declined to provide a list of salaries, saying it would release the information in mid-October when Johnson's team releases its proposed 2024 budget. Just like all items in the mayor's budget recommendation, city council members have the opportunity to propose amendments for consideration by the full body, with salary and wage determinations made final once the budget is passed and appropriated, the spokesperson wrote in a statement earlier this week. In response, Block Club filed they have to file a Freedom of Information Act, Ed. Because we're not allowed to know this shit.
It's insane that we still have to keep doing this crap.
Seeking records showing which officials accepted or denied the 2024 raise. They got to file a Freedom of Information Act to get the information before October. The Budget Office released those documents Friday. They showed that the Budget Office received signed forms rejecting the 2024 raise from Sicho Lopez and Rodriguez Sanchez. Those were the only such documents that our office has received thus far, the Budget Office wrote in an email.
Well, they could be lost in the mail, Jerry.
Well, or forthcoming, we'll see. But, Sicho Lopez and Rodriguez Sanchez immediately said no. Rodriguez Sanchez did not immediately return a request for comment. Well, what does she have to comment on? This year's 2.2% raise is significantly less than what was offered to older people last year. Due to high inflation rates, older people were due for a 9.6% raise in 2023. Why? That meant the highest paid older people received a $12,529 hike in 2023. While unions are like struggling for a 34% increase to match what CEOs are making at GM. 17 older people declined the raise last year, which came in the midst of the 2023 municipal election campaign. But now that they're in, they don't have to deny the raise, decline it. The sizable raises sparked proposals to cap aldermanic pay bumps in years with high inflation. Alderman Andre Vasquez introduced a measure that would limit aldermanic raises to 5% or the inflation rate, whichever is less, similar to the system in place for the mayor, treasurer, and clerk. The proposal failed to gain traction in the council. Like last year, Vasquez said he opted to take the latest raise to balance out-of-pocket costs for events not covered by the ward's expense allowance. I know that Alderman Vasquez spent several hundreds of thousands of dollars of COVID funds to redo his website. I was told that that's the cost of hundreds to a couple $100,000, maybe 100,000, but in that realm to redo a website. So I'm sorry, Alderman Vasquez, but if you're spending $100,000 to revamp your ward's website, it could have cost less, number one. And maybe that's why you can't cover the out-of-pocket costs for events that are in the ward's expense allowance, because I don't know, maybe you gave that website boost to someone to like pay to upgrade. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
And that's not to undercut the value of a good website designer, Jerry.
A good website doesn't cost $100,000. Ed. I'm sorry.
True.
Obviously,
it depends on the features and functionality, but yeah, generally I will agree.
Yeah, when I've had to design websites for people, busy websites, I give them literally the poverty quote. It's still too much for them. So.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people who are just cheapskates in this world, and I'm just saying that we should all value our labor appropriately. Doesn't necessarily mean that there should be $100,000 for a website, unless that is specifically something that's like a government standard website that's providing all kinds of services and all kinds of special things in the back end to provide services and information and all that stuff. But I can't typically, off the top of my head, I don't see $100,000.
Let me tell you something. Every alderman's ward website should be in some kind of a network with the city of Chicago's website services. And I'll tell you why.
Yeah. Yeah. It should.
Once again, as I was researching all this residential ward ordinance bullshit, I went to Alderwoman Silverstein's website, and I didn't find anything on the website about what you need to do to pay for residential parking permit, blah, 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 which I'm like, wow, I can't find any information here telling me what I need to do to avoid a $75 ticket, even though I shouldn't have gotten one. But when I went to Alderman Vasquez's website, there was a section on residential permit parking and what you need to do and how, and I give him credit for that. But here's my point. Every alderperson should have the right to personalize and make their website unique to themselves. But every ward website should have the same important information on it, ward to ward, so that there's no confusion, and then all the information that you need in my ward regarding this residential permit parking clusterfuck that Alderwoman Silverstein does not address or have any information on, that's on Alderman Vasquez's website. So this, what I'm pointing to is the city should have templates, and they should cover the websites ward to ward, cover that expense. So the relevant information is there, and let the wards personalize them, not at the expense of $100,000 that comes out of their expense allowance. Okay. Or whatever funds the city grants them because of the pandemic or anything else.
Yeah. So just so everyone's aware, the city of Chicago does have links to all of the wards and information from all the alder people and stuff, but the alder people, I guess, are choosing to also have their own controlled websites, or a number of them are. But
vanity sites. Vanity sites.
Well, or perhaps it's just a thing where they feel like they don't have to go through a whole bunch of red tape in order to provide certain types of timely information through another website. But I don't know. I can't speak to what every alder person's intent is as far as having a website available. But to Jerry's point, I don't think any website providing services for older people should be $100,000 to create and manage. Because basically all you're doing is providing another point of contact generally for them, and so to provide information and to provide an outlet for people to submit or request information, right? Because I can't imagine there's anything too complicated beyond that typically.
No. There's got to be some standardization so the important information is available to everybody. You want to add vanity to your website, that's fine, but you have to have the basics informing people of fees, services, if your neighborhood is slotted for residential permit parking, what you have to do, where you have to go, when you need to get it done by. I talked to a neighbor here on my street, because I never got a petition about this residential parking. And the first door I knocked on, because the alderwoman ghosted me, because I'm like, when did this happen? Can I get some information? The first lady whose door I knocked on said, oh, yeah, they did petition us about a year ago. I said, oh, okay. Well, neither myself nor my tenant downstairs ever remember being solicited to sign a petition, but I'm going to believe you. So clearly the question of, was a petition circulated for the residential permit parking circulated? Yes. But my neighbor also, I said to her, when were you notified that we had to get our sticker? I said it because I didn't find anything on the alderwoman's website or in any of her emailed newsletters that we get every week. And she said, oh, they just put door hangers on our doors a couple days before they put up the signs. Well, I didn't get the door hanger. I don't remember seeing the door hanger. But again, it's like, so, it's like by omission, if you didn't get it and you didn't know about it, well, you get to get a ticket on your street without having any information on the alderperson's website, what you're supposed to do if this is happening, if you're zoned, because it's not a ward-wide thing. It's like a street-by-street thing, depending on if your neighbors decide to petition for it. But getting back to the story, okay, of Vasquez, taking the raise and because the ward expense account doesn't allow for out-of-pocket costs, he said, there's no option to take lesser amounts, and the amount of work we're doing right now, which I think has been clear in doing this job and also being a committee chair on immigration, I made the decision to decline the raise. Villegas accepted this year's raise after pledging not to take one during the pandemic, but he told Block Club he would support capping aldermanic raises at 5%, which he said would be more in line with private sector standards. We need to make sure that we're being reasonable and understanding in taking these raises. So capping it at 5% is something definitely I can support. Look, man, the optics just look like bullshit.
Yeah, they do.
It's bullshit. We don't have money for this, but we got money for aldermanic raises, 6 figures and more. Alderman Marty Quinn also accepted the raise, a spokesperson confirmed this week, but will remain the city's second lowest paid city council member. The Southwest Side alderperson will make around $118,394 in 2024, about $250 more than Villegas. This is only the third or fourth raise he's accepted since 2011, a spokesperson for Quinn said. Okay, you know what? Whether it's the first or third or fourth raise that is accepted since 2011, as far as the standard of living, this is far more than the average middle-class Chicagoan is earning.
Yeah.
Probably 10 to 20 times more when you're citing the cost of living raises. And the optics when we're in a budget crisis, again, I call bullshit. That's the end of that. Speaking of bullshit, this is what got me into trouble on Twitter. Regards to the financial markets and
wait, hold on a second. We're going into the bullshit section of the program?
Oh, the whole program has been about a lot of bullshit, but
well, then I need to locate. Oh, is it not in here? I can't.
Which drop
it's not on. It's not on the Friday, is it?
I don't know. I don't know what you're looking for.
Well, I'm just going to have to flip over and hit it.
Okay.
Here.
Hopefully we can get out by midnight and I can eat on this last story.
Examine these mysteries to determine.
We're not here every day, ladies and gentlemen, but we give you your money's worth and your viewing's worth on Friday nights and Tuesday nights, where our streams are usually, oh God, we're almost at 4 hours now. We'll be at 4 hours by the time we leave.
Yeah. And I'll keep an eye out for the possibility that Jerry's mic might accidentally mute while he's hearing the bullshit or not clip.
Oh, there we go. That's the clip you're looking for.
But while we're doing that, what were we talking about again?
Oh, I said, speaking of bullshit, I was going to get into the Citadel story.
Oh, yes, bullshit.
That bullshit, not alien bullshit. I'm talking about like.
Uh-oh. I think I just destroyed Jerry's live stream connection by accidentally playing a reaction video. And I apologize for that. But while we're waiting for him to restore his connection or possibly admonish Oreo for possibly having disconnected him, I will bring up the next story from Reuters with the headline that says, Citadel Securities pays $7 million to settle charges that it violated short sales rules. And while we're waiting for Jerry to come back on, I know he has plenty to say about this. My first reaction is $7 million is a slap on the wrist. This is a company that's pulling in billions of dollars every year. And for them to slap them on the wrist for obvious problems with selling short sales. And I don't even think it's related to AMC, which is or GME that we're talking about. We actually don't know because they don't tell us specifically what they were settling the charges for. But they're only paying $7 million, which is annoying as hell. And Jerry has joined us back again. I apologize. I feel like I broke your connection.
It wasn't you. I think it's the Reuters. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, opening a link from Reuters on my Chrome browser has fucked around with my StreamYard dashboard. I think that's what it is. Because whatever, all this bullshit on their page, it's like interferes with whatever I'm streaming. So, this, I don't know how far you got into the article, Ed.
I didn't start reading it. I just read the headline and mentioned how Citadel is pulling in billions, and so 7 million is like a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, it's absolutely a slap on the wrist, and it's not going to stop them from continuing to engage in ongoing securities fraud or naked shorting or counterfeit share creation. I mean, the SEC all but shed all the light on what they're doing as if $7 million is going to make any kind of a difference. They're laughing. This is how Gary Gensler and the they're all complicit in this bullshit. No, so in the article, U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission on Friday said Citadel Securities, LLC, a Miami-based broker-dealer, has agreed to pay $7 million to settle. That's probably Ken Griffin's meal tab eating in big, fancy restaurants for a year.
Yeah.
To settle charges, it
A
incorrectly
weekend in Dubai.
To settle charges, it incorrectly handled millions of orders and violated short-selling rules. This is a market maker.
Yeah.
These guys are responsible for transacting all of the trades to keep things fair in this market, but they incorrectly handed millions of orders and violated short-selling rules. $7 million fine. They're not going to get a corporate death penalty. They're going to be allowed to continue handling millions of orders and short-selling rules as a market maker. And they'll just pay $7 million next time around that the SEC's got some heat on it to do something. The SEC, God damn it, this fucking website. The story just disappeared. Okay,
I can read it.
No, here I got it. I got it back. Let me. The SEC in a statement said Citadel Securities over a 5-year period had incorrectly marked millions of orders, denoting short sales as long sales and vice versa. Do you know what kind of chaos that spins the market off into as far as it ends up robbing millions of dollars from retail traders, retail investors?
Why,
It
yes,
said-
Jerry. Yes, I do.
We've personally experienced it. It said those incorrect markings resulted from, you know what was that? It was a coding error. And the firms
They're making it sound like it was an accident. Like
it wasn't an accident. They knew what they were doing, and they're going to do it again. And they're going to say next time it was a coding. You're going to tell me these motherfuckers who can program these insane algorithms to literally drive the price down at market open after a company has reported record earnings or great news. Oh yeah, all the investors are going to sell off at market open. There have been people on social media and Twitter who've literally been able to gauge and chart this erratic, illegal, clearly illegal algorithmic activity that's driving stocks down, driving the price action to the dark pools. When you have a high supply, that means the price is supposed to go up. When you see billions in activity and the price isn't going up, that's algorithms manipulating things, coding errors, and the firm's automated trading system is they're claiming. The SEC said the firm also provided incorrect data to regulators during that time. This is fucking corporate death penalty. You're out. Ken Griffin, you don't know what's going on in your firm? Tough shit. You go to jail. Go to jail. No get out of jail card. Mr. Billionaire asshole who knows what he's doing, who goes on these financial shows crying, acting like he's the victim of this SEC regulation that it's a slap on the wrist, doesn't affect him in any way whatsoever. A broker-dealer's failure to comply with the requirements can have negative downstream consequences on the accuracy of the firm's electronic records, depriving the commission of important information about the market it regulates. Mark Cave, Associate Director of the SEC's Enforcement Division, said in a statement, "Tell us something we don't know, motherfucker." I'm so, guys, $32,000 stolen from me in this AMC play, which was precipitated on the idea that margin calls would be enforced against hedge funds that failed to deliver on their short positions. The SEC did nothing about it. That's why I'm so steamed about this on behalf of all of us.
They just keep kicking the can down the road. They defer the covering, or they cover and then short again.
Pay insane interest. Look, on the plus side, it's kind of funny to know that these hedge funds are literally hemorrhaging millions of dollars in interest to cover their short positions on shares they have not returned. But still, The laws are not being enforced to margin call and automatically liquidate anything else they own to cover their short positions within the time they're supposed to. They get to kick the can by putting more money in their margin accounts to pay interest, to keep kicking the can down the road, which I specifically to suppress the price action to continue to look. They got in short because they thought AMC was going to go bankrupt. It's not going to. But even despite, it's to spite us, Ed. It's to spite us because at a certain point, anybody with a brain would have said, I don't want to keep hemorrhaging millions of dollars in short positions and interest. Maybe I just should close my shorts. No. They're going to teach us a lesson. They're going to teach retail investors a lesson for daring to look at the data and expect the market was going to operate fairly and enforce automatic margin calls and liquidate them when they failed to deliver, not realizing, well, if the SEC doesn't enforce, those rules, no, never going to happen, because only the rich and only the elite can get rich on Wall Street, not the rest of us, when we're actually looking at legitimate reasons by which that stock should have squeezed. If they'd been margin called, the value of the stock would have been up because they would have had to buy shares from us to cover their short positions, in which case our investments would have gone up, and we weren't. It was just never going to be allowed.
Oh, they haven't even allowed the stock to have its actual real price right now. They did a 10-to-1 reverse stock split and all this other share distribution shenanigans, and the stock price is hovering somewhere around $8 or $7 or something like that. It should be at least more than 10 times that right now. And most people who are just holding and not selling are just look, there's no point in me selling at such a huge loss right now, so I'm just going to sit on it. And so that doesn't help hedge funds. So it's basically a really long game of chicken.
Well, that current rate, Ed, that you just said, it's worth $8 if after the 10-to-1 reverse split, that means our shares would be worth 88 cents right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
88 cents is that's what they're worth.
Is that so I see that ticker price and I'm like, that's not real life there. I mean, sure, there's a bunch of stock market lifers that are probably making a ton of money on all kinds of weird option plays right now, doing weird sells or puts or whatever you call them in order to make a certain amount of profit every day, that they make some certain types of bets based on what they know all the hedge weasels are doing with the algorithm to keep that stock price down or to make it do these little roller coaster moves that we see once in a while.
I can't understand puts or what puts or calls or this or that. It's like you buy a stock, you hold on to it, you let it go up. Maybe I still think shorting is the most insane. Shorting should not be allowed. You shouldn't be able to borrow. That's manipulating the value of a company. And then you've got puts and calls, and it's that's where all the money's being made on these exotic. They call them exotic financial instruments by which you can place bets and this, and it's a fucking rigged casino.
Yeah, it is. And I think. And look, I know you have more invested in this than I do financially, but I haven't changed my strategy. I'm not selling.
Dude, I can't afford to sell. The only reason
there's no logic in doing it. So anytime you see.
But the other reason, Ed, is to show that I hold a position if by some fucking miracle there's actually some kind of class action lawsuit with teeth that sticks. This whole bullshit that happened to me on Twitter when I advocated, hey, register your share accounts. Not everybody's going to do it, but I did. And because the company's not doing it. And of course I got into all that trouble with the troll who came on the account and, baited me into responding to him, by which he reported my response to get my account locked for 11 hours. But the point is, the regulators are not doing anything. The CEO and the board of the company are not doing anything. They are complicit. So I can't sell what little $3,200 is the value of my account now, down from 32,000. Am I going to sell? No. It'd be stupid to. But the other reason is, Ed, is I can't. I'm basically, the CEO trapped us. He trapped us with this 10-to-1 reverse split by which nobody with any brains is going to sell at such a loss. And the reason he didn't want a short squeeze to happen, the reason he lowered the price of the stock was so his hedge fuck buddies on Wall Street could start covering their short positions at $8 or 88 cents a share, which is what the value of the stock is now with the 10-to-1 reverse split.
Yeah.
So he helped bail out and trap the rest of us. And now he's talking about, oh, he's going to invest in an AMC wine, call it Saint Simeon, to pander to the idiot apes who think this asshole's still on our side.
Yeah, there's a smaller percentage of people who are actually supporting the CEO right now, and I think it's a combination of things on social media as far as the people who are supporting him. People don't like what they call FUD, which is short for fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And so when you put doubt or fear or uncertainty in the CEO of a company, traditionally that would be a signal that a stock might be in trouble and then the stock could go down. But we've learned that it really doesn't matter at this point because the game is really rigged by the market makers. They can choose to make that stock price do whatever they want by choosing what enters and leaves the dark pools into the lit market and how they categorize it into what type of effect it will have on the price.
But here's the larger problem, Ed. These fucking idiots don't understand by the mechanics of a short squeeze, which as defined, where hedge funds have to cover their short positions, which drives up the price of the stock. The CEO engaged in behavior diluting the value of the stock, by which the short squeeze thesis is gone. It's never going to squeeze now. Even though we're stuck holding on to these shares, hoping for maybe legal ramifications to manifest by some miracle, which I don't even think is going to happen. Okay? These idiots think, oh, there's going to be a squeeze. Oh, to the moon. It's like they all came in late to the game. I've been in since 2021. These assholes on social media who believe in Adam Aaron, they started investing when he introduced Ape. Which went down $1.60 a share. They all bought in really, really cheap. They weren't invested like the rest of us when we actually tried to figure out, when we actually saw how the mechanics of a short squeeze would work. They're all late to the game, and these idiots think that they're going to get rich because they support the CEO who's clearly betrayed retail and has used retail investors that saved his company as his private personal piggy bank and the boards to give himself raises, to buy a stake in a gold mine that has not produced anything. And now he's not going to create a wine company yet. He's going to go use the money that he raised from this 10-to-1 reverse stock split to go help somebody of his who's got a winery. Okay, that's what it's. Oh, we're going to get into chocolate candies now. It's like, motherfucker, run the goddamn theater. Stop interfering and colluding with members on your board from these banks that have also shorted your company. But let's get back to Citadel, okay? Because Citadel's involved in this. Citadel was one of the principal shorters of AMC. We go on to AMC because that's, I think, how Ed and I were introduced to this whole clusterfuck in the markets as we were all forced to stay at home during the pandemic and figure out where can we put our money to make some money for us. Oh, wow. This stock should squeeze because of the mechanics of a short squeeze. And it's happened before with Volkswagen. It happened during the 2008 housing crisis. We all did the research. We all saw The Big Short and Margin Call to kind of have some sense of how the mechanics of this shit work. And by the way, yeah, Dr. Nick Riviera, line him up against the bricks and take a shot. Couldn't agree with you more. Could not agree with you more. The article goes on to say a Citadel spokesperson said the error was identified and addressed by the firm more than 3 years ago while updating our system to accommodate certain client requests. And, they updated their system, but they failed to give the information to the SEC. While updating our systems to accommodate certain client requests, we made a coding change that inadvertently affected de minimis percentage of our order markings, the spokesperson said in a statement. Now, if that was going to work to their disadvantage, that error would have never been accepted. Never would have happened. $7 million fine.
In other words, they discovered a coding, quote, error, which is now a coding, quote, feature of an algorithm that continues to barcode stocks that they want to control.
Without admitting or denying
Allegedly.
the charges. I'm not going to. No, that's what
I'm
happened.
saying allegedly because I'm just saying this is essentially they're admitting to the thing that they found that they discovered is working for them the first time, so that they don't have to admit that that's what they're still doing.
Without admitting or denying the charges, can you take Dr. Nick's comment down? I don't want to cover your face so long. I clicked it on this end, but it didn't go down. Without admitting or denying the charges, Citadel agreed to pay the penalty, as well as certify in writing that the coding error has been addressed and to review its programming and coding logic. Until next time. That's the article, man. They got away with it again. They got away with it again. You know, for all of Rahm Emanuel's, provoking of China, isn't it in China where companies that abuse the public's trust, they get the corporate death penalty, and the CEOs are also executed?
Oh, are
Isn't
they?
it China? I think it's China. Yeah.
I will have to look.
I think there's a death penalty in China or Japan for corporations and CEOs that engage in this. It's probably China.
So my final thoughts on AMC, though, are that, I can be a guy that supports the company and want it to succeed without, like Jerry says, cupping the balls of the CEO,
gargling the balls of the CEO,
gargling or tasting or whatever you do to those things.
What do the CEO's balls taste like after you gargle them? That's what got me the
look. I'm not interested in finding that out. People can all do whatever they want to do as far as that goes. But I'm just saying, just because I don't support the actions of the CEO and I think he needs to be replaced and held accountable, does not mean that I don't want to support AMC theaters. Now, Jerry has his own opinions.
I'm not spending another dime at an AMC theater. In fact, unfortunately, the new movie Dumb Money, that's about this whole meme stock craze, unfortunately, it's only exclusively playing at AMC theaters in Chicago. I'm not going. I'll wait for it. Well, that's fine. He's not getting my money, Ed. He's not. Fine. I'm not going to go pay a ticket. I want to see the movie, but I'm not spending a dime at fucking AMC, the company that basically subverted everything we did, that laughed and spits in our face after we saved their company with the thousands of dollars all of the retail investors put in to save that fat slob's company, Adam Aaron. Yeah. He's worse. He is literally a bigger sociopath than Bernie Madoff, and how he played retail investors and acted like he rode with us. He didn't ride with us. He's riding us is what he was doing.
And I would put a call out to those Las Vegas hackers. I'm like, look, guys.
Yeah, the MGM.
Couldn't you go after find the thermal exhaust port on the Death Star algorithm that's attacking stocks like AMC, and do what you got to do.
Yep. Yeah, Dr. Nick Riviera, it is late stage capitalism. And to Kathy's comment on Rumble, play the stock game, the casino always wins. You know what, Kathy? That's not what we've been taught until we've learned it, unfortunately, now. What we were taught was banks are not going to pay you a fair interest on your money anymore. You need to invest it in the stock market because that's where you'll get your yields. And once they brainwashed everybody because the banks were no longer, and this was in the 80s, I think, late 70s, early 80s, suddenly you weren't getting a decent interest rate on your money in the bank that a lot of people would retire on, rely on to retire.
Well,
put your money in the stock. They got everybody to move their money to the stock market for their retirement. Once they got everybody's money there, that's when all this bullshit started happening. Oh, well, now that we got puts and we got calls and we got this and we got that. And, you can invest in a stock, but we can create an algorithm to start playing with, delaying when, your shares are actually registered. They're not registered the day or the day after you buy them. We're going to put them in the dark pool. And the actual price of the stock, the legitimate price of the stock, isn't going to show up for weeks. And while we keep subverting all that with our dark pools through our market makers like this fucker at Citadel, none of us knew this, Kathy. None of us really understood this until the light started to become shed on it with this meme stock craze for the past 2 years in regards to meme stock investors realized that these companies that were being shorted did have the capacity to squeeze if the hedge funds that were shorting the companies were actually called to follow the rules and get margin called and liquidated because they weren't covering their positions. We just didn't realize the SEC and the Department of Justice was complicit in it. That's what our big mistake was. So
yeah. And people, I think I've mentioned this before, but the reason why a lot of people started gambling in the stock market, even before the lockdown happened, is because people had 401ks attached to their employment. And the reason why they're gambling so much on the stock market, because the 401ks were never intended to be a replacement for pensions. They were supposed to be a supplement for pensions. But a lot of employers decided that they were just going to do away with pensions as long as they had 401ks, because and then hope that nobody noticed. And then eventually people just assumed that 401k was your retirement account. And so employers no longer had to deal with retirement pensions. And so then people got a lot more involved with where their investments were going in those 401ks, even if their employer was contributing a match to part of that from the amount that you contributed from your own paycheck. So the gambling started, like you said, in the 80s, some of it in the 70s, but mostly in the 80s. And we remember that movie where they said greed was good. It
was a rallying call, Ed. Everybody worshiped that movie. And that was also, after the Reagan years, where, amassing more wealth than you can spend in a couple lifetimes, hoarding wealth became everybody's goal. It was, look at Donald Trump on The Apprentice. I want to aspire to being, even though he's like a fucking loser whose companies bankrupted themselves multiple times. The producers of The Apprentice didn't showcase that. They basically elevated that bastard and to his ascendancy to the presidency, because everybody wanted to be like Donald Trump, the American dream. Hey, you know what, everybody? I'm not this angry in real life. I only get angry and outraged when we do this program. So I'm like,
it's an outlet for us. It's a vent.
I hope people don't think I'm like this. I'm not in real life, but when we get into it, it is the only place where we can vent our outrage, because I don't have anybody in my personal life just to talk day to day about things to decompress. So,
but to be fair, I mean, when I do rant about this stuff in real life sometimes, depending on the subject, but it's only because I have a certain knowledge about certain subjects, and I want to educate the masses, because we've been so badly propagandized in this country on just basic things that most people, if they realized what the actual truth was, they'd be outraged at how our representatives and our government officials act toward things that should be automatic in most places. Like how other countries have healthcare, a national healthcare system where you get sick, you don't go bankrupt, right? You don't have a monthly premium or a deductible you have to meet in these countries. You just go and get your health care.
Everybody's asleep. Unfortunately, they're distracted or they're asleep. And here we are, I guess a little bit too, what's the word? Empathetic, aware, alert. I mean, I can spout off like this in trusted company. I mean, in conversations with friends, I can get this way, and they know, he's getting upset, but they get upset too as we discuss this stuff, as passionately as we do. But I mean, not that it really matters. I don't meet anybody on the air here off the air, but and this isn't an act. I mean, we really get angry about this stuff, but I was just reflecting on this is not who I want to be, but the things that we talk about provoke me into the outrage. And it's like, I don't want to be all stressed out and angry about this stuff, but God damn it, man. Before I'll confess this before every show, Ed, I don't want to do a show, because I ask myself, what is anything that we share or talk about here going to change? It's not. It doesn't. But as the show starts and we get into our routine, it's like, okay, I do have some satisfaction and some fulfillment out of talking about this stuff, sharing stuff, and actually feeling like, as you do, as we've talked about this off the air, We want to be a part of something. We want to have a place, I guess, that we can decompress and hope that in some ways, as we talk about this stuff, our audience that might also be as outraged or maybe not as informed might also get more informed or educated about the stuff that we come across, that we figure this is something worth talking about, because this isn't journalism. We're not we're a news talk show, but we're not journalists. We're not reporters. It's just two guys who are like, we need to talk about this, and we need to like analyze and deconstruct it and comment on it. And more people should as well.
Yeah, I just think it's important to try and cover these stories so that we can try and wrap our heads around what is actually going on. And sometimes, and you always ask yourself, you're following the money. What are the motivations of the people doing this thing? Who is reporting this information, and what type of motivations do these people have? And what is the real reason why these things are happening? And why is nobody doing the thing that's the most obvious solution to these problems? And we see that a lot. I was surprised and disappointed to see it happen in the Brandon Johnson administration so far. I would have figured he would have had more people on top of things and trying to figure out, take care of business, because we heard a lot of good rhetoric from a lot of the aldermanic candidates and a lot of the existing alder people regarding a lot of situations going on in the city, not just the migrant situation, but all the other problems that the city's having. And I figured, well, these people all sound like they have ideas or possible solutions and might be able to hit the ground running, but I don't feel like we've really seen much of that yet.
It's disappointing at this stage. It could happen sooner. I would have imagined hit the ground running, maybe not, Ed, but at least hit the ground like, at a speedy pace.
And with that said, I understand that there were a lot of obligations that the city had before Brandon Johnson got installed and before all these new members got put in. We had the NASCAR thing, we got the casino stuff that's still happening, and all the other deals, the Lollapalooza, the different concert events, all these things that had been planned already or committed to already, that they have to basically follow through with and make sure that they happen and they're done with it. But like we had like the Mexican Independence Day.
We didn't even get into that whole thing.
We didn't even talk about this gigantic clusterfuck of management there. I mean, basically the police escalated everything by trying to manage it instead of working ahead of the situation, talking to community leaders and saying, look, let's figure out a parade route that's the least disruptive, and let's try and do things so that we're not having a huge gigantic roadblock in areas of the city where they're not supposed to be. And they didn't do that. They created more roadblocks. They created problems. They basically attacked a Mexican band and busted a bunch of their instruments. That they caused more problems than needed to happen there. And while they're talking in hindsight, they're doing the Monday morning quarterback stuff about how they need to do it better next time. They should have done it better this time. They knew that this was going to happen. And also they didn't have a similar response when they planned things like Columbus Day parade or any other type of ethnic
because
parade.
It's the Italians out there for Columbus Day.
So at least, let's work on some equity. Let's talk to some people. Let's figure out how to have these celebrations so that we're not completely creating gridlock in places. And I understand we got a lot of Mexicans and Mexican Americans in the city who are showing their Mexican pride. They got their cars and their flags, and they like to drive around in parades, and that's a thing they want to do. Figure out how to do it so it's not completely shutting down traffic. That's all I'm saying.
And I remember the days when sports teams won and all the fans would overturn cars I don't remember police escalating
Yeah.
the situation for that. I mean, it's been a long
Yeah,
time since a Chicago
well,
sports team had that kind of
yeah,
event.
it's
But isn't it interesting how selective police
selective
escalation
enforcement.
is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the police is here to maintain disorder from Daddy Daly. Thank you, Dr. Nick Riviera. So we come to the end of our program. It's almost midnight. We're about to go off. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. I really want to thank everybody for making the migration, since we're always talking about migration and migrants, over to Rumble, which we would encourage everybody to tune into Rumble instead of Rockfin, because Rockfin pays us in Bitcoin tokens or crypto that takes too long to amass. I think Rockfin will have a better return for us as far as whatever revenues are gained from our broadcast tips, everything else. We're gone from YouTube. We'll post the thumbnail, the redirect to Rumble, but bye-bye YouTube and bye-bye Twitter. Fuck you both. I feel no more copyright strike appeals on YouTube. I'm sure I'll get a couple tonight for running Warren Beatty's quotes from Bullworth. No more waiting 30 days for those to roll over. No more pennies and ad revenue from YouTube, or Twitter telling us, oh, you somebody report. Fuck them all. What's going on with Russell Brand and it hasn't really happened to us, right? But it could. And it could happen to other content providers. And just from my personal experience on Twitter with what happened there, I'm like, I'm done. I'm done being bullied and feeling like I'm minding my own business. I'm not inciting hate. I'm not inciting violence. I'm not calling for hatred. Did I trash talk some asshole on Twitter? Yeah, everyone does it. 11-hour Twitter lockdown because that asshole decided to misreport me. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm tired of, our lives should not be a struggle in such ridiculous little ways. There are people who are dealing with so much more than Ed and I are. Okay. So I know in the scheme of things, this is all like nonsense, right? But I got enough going on in my life that I shouldn't have to go Department of Finance to show them a ticket I shouldn't have gotten, that the hearing officer says, yeah, you shouldn't have gotten this. I'm like, yeah, why am I here? Why did I take half my day to come here? Why do I have to spend another half of my day writing Twitter saying, why did you guys decide to lock me out? I'm a social media person. I've got a show to get no responses. Okay. It's like literally you go around minding your own business every day, and there's ways that they figure out how to poke you, provoke you, try to take money from you, try to interfere with just your regular daily activities. It's ridiculous what it's become. So,
yeah. Jerry, I've just realized that perhaps you are the canary in the general strike coal mine.
How so?
Because the way you are reacting to a lot of things very quickly, and a lot of people in America just kind of let themselves get beat down and take it and stuff. That's not going to last much longer, I'm predicting, because like I said, you seem to be the canary in the coal mine, in metaphorically here, if you don't mind me saying. I hope you understand what I mean.
I do. I've been dicked around, robbed, stolen from, because of my better nature, giving people benefit of the doubt, doing my own thing, but also at my age, and I'm at a point in my life where I used to be kind, and I used to be, you have to do everything polite. You know what? Fuck that. There's no polite discourse left when you get pushed around and you're tone policed for stuff you shouldn't be tone policed for. Okay? Again, you want to go incite violence and hatred and call for violence, you should be censored. Okay? There's no place for you on social media platforms. That's not what Russell Brand did. That's not what Joe Rogan did when he was talking about how ivermectin helped him during the pandemic. And it's certainly not what I did when I asked this guy who decided to jump into a thread on my Twitter to protect a CEO who literally engaged in and was complicit in helping rob retail investors and be trapped in their investment, saving his company, what the CEO's balls tasted like that he's gargling all the time. Okay. That's not grounds for deciding to, lock me out of my Twitter it's like, yeah, I'm the canary in the coal mine. I'm tired. I'm not putting up with it anymore. I'm tired of being pushed around and bullied. And I hope this happens to more people. Nobody should be pushed around and bullied. And if I'm going crazy here, it's because I'm fed up. It's just happened too much. I'm pushed over the edge. I've tolerated it and put it up with it for too long. And I'm over the edge now, and I'm not going to tolerate and put up with it anymore.
Now, Kathy Powers over in the Rumble chat is saying, you know what happens to those canaries? Kathy, in this metaphorical turn of phrase, it means that it's a warning sign. Like canaries dying in the coal mine is a warning sign. It doesn't mean that he's going to be dying.
And if I do, so be it. What else do I have to? If we're going to continue, I'm not being melodramatic here.
But
if we have nothing to look forward to, but a country that continues to oppress us, that continues to whittle away at our rights, whether it's free speech or whatever, that literally makes it impossible for me to succeed with any of my small businesses and take it to the next level because I'm not well connected. What kind of future is there aside from coming on here and telling everybody we need to start right? Do you know what, Jimmy Dore? I shared this with Ed, actually. This is a good thing to close our show with, Ed, because it actually relates to everything we're talking about. And I shared something with, and I'm opening it up in my, I just hope my instant messaging. Why don't you share what you're going to share, Ed, while I get this queued up?
Oh, well, I just wanted to bring up our website, which is chicagocornertv.com. And if you head over there, you will see that we have just updated everybody to remind them that we just started streaming over on Rumble. So if you're not on there yet, sign up for a Rumble account and follow us over there. You can subscribe to us monthly for $5 a month, but you don't have to. But if you want to follow the channel, and in the live chat, which is very similar to YouTube's live chat, which is why I like this thing, because we can stream from there and it won't be too much of a different experience, except it's a better experience because if you want to tip us, you can do it right through the live chat, and they do it in dollars, and you just hook up a card and you can tip us live on there if you wanted to. But here we are at chicagocornertv.com, and you can see Jerry, me, Oreo, and Kira over on the top of the screen there. And scrolling down, you can see a link to the Brandon Bingo card. So if you want to see the Brandon Bingo card, you got click on the link, and it'll pull up one of your own. And I got card number 4. You can see I got this one here. And we've checked a few things off because he did a few things. He ate Chicago pizza. I heard. I didn't witness personally, but we checked that one off. He undid a Lightfoot policy. I don't remember which one it was, but we checked that. The chair people got approved by city council, although I'm wondering if those chair people are very effective considering it doesn't feel like a whole lot is really happening right now. He sent Arwady packing, so we checked that one off. He did an executive order, so you can see I've got almost 5, and I got 3 in a row. If he restores the basketball hoops and alters the NASCAR deal, I got a bingo. But you guys may have these on a different location in your card. I don't remember which thing we were going to add to the card. Dominic had suggested, but we'll look at that and see if we can modify that again. The plow the sidewalks thing. I heard that they're going to do a test run in certain areas of the wards. I'm like, I don't know why they need to do a test run. Just do it. Just because all these places in the city need those sidewalks plowed, and especially the bus stops and all of those things need to be cleaned. And why the city isn't already doing that is beyond me, especially when we get those heavy winter months when the snow comes down. The red light cameras, I don't know if those are going away. It seems like we still have a city contract for those. I would get rid of the speed cameras myself. I got hit with one of those earlier in the year.
Pronto. That should, yeah. And I think Brandon Johnson alluded to getting rid of them, but, you know, like everything else he's alluded to, it's taken a while. So, Ed, as much as I'm trying everything I can to open my instant messages on my laptop, and with 39%, I'm still dealing with Chrome issues. But I do have my phone open and I will share Jimmy Dore's tweet that I shared with you in a text message earlier today, because he's right on point. And Jimmy tweeted this in response to someone else. Let me set it up. Someone else tweeted. Simon Atiba tweeted, breaking: with opposition in Congress, Biden issues memorandum granting new powers to the Secretary of State to provide $128 million in assistance to Ukraine without regard to any provision of law within the purview of Section 614A1 of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. Okay, and what did Jimmy Dore tweet to this? It's everything, what I tweeted to Ed, everybody. I said, welcome to the party, Jimmy. Does this sound familiar to all of you? What did Jimmy Dore tweet? America's so fucked. The government starves its own people while endlessly funneling money to their donors in a public money laundering scheme called the Ukraine War. Thanks, Ed. Which they intentionally provoked in order to start funneling money to their donors. Honestly, you know what, Ed? I'm not the only radical here on video media. Honestly, the only thing that can fix this level of corruption is an actual revolution where the government and the media are taken apart.
Yeah, we're working on it, but it's a slow ride.
How many times have I said that in the past? And, well, Jerry, don't say that. You don't want violent revolution. Guys, country was founded on violent revolution, and this canary in the coal mine is telling everybody, you know what I'm telling everybody, Ed? Wait for it. Give me a second. What I'm telling everybody. Come on, browser, work with me here. Oh, I shouldn't have queued our. Here's what I'm telling everybody. In reference to what Jimmy Dore just shared. God, I hate it when I can't get this stuff up fast. That's what she said.
You trying to play the network one?
No. No. Oh, come on. Frankenstein, Ed Frankenstein. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
This is what I'm advocating for in relation to what Jimmy also suggested.
Collect your torches and go!
Yep.
I think it's time. And thanks, Jimmy, for echoing what I've said on the program. I've said that a couple of times, and people are like, you shouldn't say that. That's advocating for violence. No, it's not. I don't want to advocate for violence, and I certainly don't want to advocate for, some kind of a revolution that would cause all kinds. But at this point, like I said earlier, polite discourse isn't doing it. Voting for our elected representatives isn't changing anything.
There are ways to do a bloodless coup, Jerry. We just need a lot of very good minds to come up with an extremely good plan. Definitely a number of Tyler Durden types to help us with this plan. Maybe some people from that Leverage TV show in real life. If you guys have ever seen that Leverage show, watch them on Freevee. That's
what is Leverage
series.
About? I'm not familiar.
Leverage. The start of the show goes, "We provide leverage," because these people they go and they find people in trouble and they look to see what the problem is, and usually it's some corporate jerkbag that's doing up to no good, right? And they find ways to undo the problem and cause all the bad people to to go to prison or whatever, and then all the good people end up getting helped. Whereas in our current world situation, we don't really have too many people like that. But essentially, it's like a modern day version of the A-Team.
I was just about to say, it's like is it a real life A-Team or it's a dramatic fiction?
Well,
show?
it's all a fictional show,
Okay.
but it's based on
It's wish
a lot of
fulfillment.
stories. Yeah.
It's wish fulfillment.
They even, I mean, they have a number of stories. It's like you watch these episodes and you're like, oh, I remember that story in the news, because like some of these things are based on real life, except
dude,
different
I had a
turnout.
story idea for a series about a bunch of veterans who come back and decide it's now time to start fighting the enemies within the United States, not those outside. And it was exactly the idea you just shared, although I don't think it's
and it's, you know, it's also, you know, shades of Hydra, right? From the Marvel universe. It's like, we know Hydra is essentially running the US government right now. Okay, I don't know why that happened. Did Oreo hit a button? Oh, your mic is muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Chrome is misbehaving. It's going to be time to bring the show to a close, because when I click on a tab to get to our outros, it's doing all this bullshit that is interfering with our conversation. So
yeah, and it's already tomorrow, so we probably should bring on the nun. I think Kathy's correct.
And Jerry's hangry. It's time to eat. So everybody who's joined us tonight, thanks again. Ed, thanks for indulging me in my short fuse, as I warned him about before the program. I think it was a good show. I think we covered all the bases I wanted to. We will be returning next Tuesday. I hope you've got ours bookmarked on Rumble and Rockfin, because that's where you're going to find us. If you go to YouTube, you're going to find the directional link to either of those platforms. So until we return next Tuesday, as we go into the weekend, please, as always, stay safe, watch out for each other, be vigilant, and remember, if it's happening on the streets, you will always hear about it here on Chicago Corner. Please return and join us next Tuesday on Rumble and Rockfin. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, Twitter. We'll still be on Facebook for a little while until they piss us off too. Stay safe, Chicago.
Don't let me find you out here again.
We're trying to help you.
I don't need help.
What gives you the right? What's the difference between you and me?
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent. If you would like to be a guest on Chicago Corner, please email our host, Jerry, at chicagocorner.tv.